Let's patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come. This is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world, it's guerrilla cricket, yay! And it's day 5 of Adelaide. And I'm back, way! That's amazing. I've kind of recovered from my goddamn flu, which is hideous. Don't get it, it's a nightmare. And it's day 5, it's the morning. Oh, it looks a bit overcast and they've got umbrellas up. Are we going to start on time?
I don't know. The forecast is for showers this morning, so it may impact us. I haven't seen a picture. I haven't seen anybody on either TV channel talk about the weather yet.
Well, yeah, they've definitely got an umbrella up, so they probably don't look like they're going to be starting on time, which is kind of interesting. But I'm joined by Hector. Good morning, Hector.
Morning, Bear. Great to see you back.
Well, thank you very much.
Very excited. We're very back today.
And, of course, over in Perth, it's Messi Jazz. Morning, Messi.
Good morning. I'm just looking at... Bear, welcome back. Thank you for pulling yourself from your sick bay during the night to get us on air every day, despite your near-fatal flu.
Well, fortunately...
Thank you for coming back today.
I kind of been sleeping a lot during the day, so I was kind of awake for the first session, so it was that bit was kind of easy.
Do you have Tony on hotline?
Tony does have me on hotline. It's amazing when Tony's in here on his own what he manages to fuck up. Of course, he claims it's not him, but it's amazing how nothing ever fucks up when he's not here.
Well, he claims that you set bear traps for him just to make him look bad.
Of course he would do, wouldn't he? But it's not the case.
I'll give you a weather update in terms of the radar. The radar shows the rain having already passed over Adelaide and looking quite clear into the future, but there's a few showers around, so we may get occasional stops, but I don't think we'll lose much play.
Okay, cool. Fair enough. Well, the job is quite easy for England. They need, 400 and No, 200 and... No, we need 435, don't
227
we? Is it
left to go.
227, yeah. Which, of course, walk in the fucking park. Jamie Smith gets a ton, Will Jacks gets a ton, we're there.
Two of the best batsmen Surrey have ever produced.
Well, indeed. They are genuine batsmen, at least, and they are still in, but that's the fine line we're walking. Joffre could get another 50.
Yeah.
Cast
Cast is due. He's due some runs.
Well,
he is due some runs.
Cast. He bowled all right yesterday, actually. I mean, I watched yesterday morning, and I keep going to bed and thinking, if I sleep, it'll be fine in the morning. But every time I wake up, it's completely the opposite result of what I wanted. You know, this morning I was hoping we'd be 3 down for 200, and we're 6 down, and Root and Brook would still be in on sort of, closing in on tons or something.
Well, it was close. It was close. It was another late collapse last night. I think we were 177 for 3, and now we're 207 for 6.
Cummins got Root again, didn't he? Is that the 14th time Root has been got by Cummins?
Yeah.
13th.
13th. I mean, he's got him on toast, doesn't he? Especially in Australia. Harry Brook, we were just talking about before we came on air. Shit shot. Another shit shot. The guy's got so much talent. He just really needs to fucking wind it in a bit. I mean, some people will tell you got to be attacking and da-da-da. It's true, but this, all on our chat is the death of Bazball. I don't know what happens at the end of this. I mean, I kind of enjoyed how we've played over the last couple of years.
Well, yeah, I think this test match we've kind of reined it in a little bit.
Well, and the point is, if you rein it in, what's the point of it? Or was it ever a thing in the first place, or was it just,
So we're nearly underway, Bear.
Mm-hmm. That we are. I shall play some jingles. The 2 batsmen for England are this man.
It might be Will Jacks. Maybe it's Will Jacks. It's probably Will Jacks. Yeah, it's Will Jacks.
Hey there, Jamie Smith. Are you a good keeper or batsman? Either way, all your hopes of getting a game are fucked.
And the bowler is...
He's the Aussie's leading spinner. He's Lyon. He's not too bad, and that's true. He's Lyon.
Who, 2 of the wickets that I've seen him get, is bowling Ben Duckett and bowling Ben Stokes with virtually identical balls. Absolute cracking deliveries that virtually any batsman would miss and get bowled on. Really good stuff.
It's easy to see what turns the spinner on.
Yeah, totally, isn't it? I mean, but both of them were really virtually unplayable deliveries. You had to play out there, and I suppose you could have got further forward and covered the spin, but you might well have got a little nick through to the slips of the keeper if you had got far enough forward. I mean, they both spun sharply off a sort of midland leg line and took the top of off peg. I mean, it's the perfect delivery for a spin bowler.
Well, yeah, and we saw this a couple of days ago. Nathan Lyon bowling the first over, and Scott Boland and Cam Green sort of making up the other 5 from one end, the 63 overs, so 17 until the new ball. Maybe Pat Cummins and Mitchell Starc just saving themselves. No need really to go early when the ball's this soft. Smith's going to face on. He's got 2 off 30. Played a bit of a Stokesian innings last night, just getting in behind. Lyon's got 3-5 in this game. Obviously, absolutely filthy being dropped in the pink ball, but he's back and he's been bowling well. He's going to come over the wicket to Jamie Smith to start the day, and it's flighted up and just defended. Looks quite soft, that ball, just from
it
the
does
first
a little
ball
bit.
we've
Take a little bit to warm up as well.
Yeah.
Pretty slow delivery.
Marnus Labuschagne wearing a floppy in at slip. We got a leg slip and Jake Weatherald in at short leg under the helmet.
Looks a bit like a muppet, doesn't he, Jake Weatherald?
Yeah, he's got that South Adelaide banter with Travis Head at the top of the order. In comes Lyon. Again, Smith's advancing this time, just nice and controlled actually. A couple of skips down the track and guides it past Pat Cummins at mid-off, running away to the boundary, but Mitchell Starc comes around, picks it up, and the Surrey pair will run back for 3, first runs of the day.
That looked a bit laboured from Pat, didn't it?
Yeah, well, I suppose. What's the point? Doesn't really need to risk.
And first run of the day after day in the field yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, wow, and probably saw Starc coming round and thought, well, might as well save it.
Well, do you think England get through to lunch? I mean, that's the first question, isn't it?
You'd hope so, and I know the rain's not enough to curtail the day, but you've kind of got to think of that as well. Will Jacks is just about to face his first ball, standing on his off stump and defends that down to Weatherwood at short leg.
Well, you've got to think either way, right? If England are there towards the end of the day, they're going to be quite close to winning as well. And they'll be quite close to losing at the same time, you know. Because actually that's going to be like 80 overs away. I mean, 2.5 and over gets us there.
It's a bit shorter from line and just flick back to the bowler from Jacks, no run. Yeah, well, exactly. And you got Bryden Cars in next. We know he can hold a bat. Jofra Archer the same. Josh Tongue not as much.
No, it depends how they bat, doesn't it? I mean, Cars has looked to be aggressive all the time.
Here comes Lyon again. Just flighted through the air. Defended nicely from Jacks. Yeah, well, again, says on our screen here, 4 wickets to retain the Ashes. I don't think we're quite thinking about the 224 runs now needed to win. Who knows, actually?
I did confess to Bear. Oh, wait.
Lyon again to end the over, defended by Jacks. End of the over, 210 for 6.
I did confess to Bear this morning that there is a small part of me that would like to see England get this, just to witness how Australians go off their fucking
that
nuts.
would be brilliant.
You know, I enjoy a Hendo rant because it's a Hendo rant, and seeing a whole country rant, it's just kind of fun.
Yes.
I mean, I do want Australia to win, but, you know, there would be some satisfaction the other way. Mog says morning, all. Sai Sandeep Corotella as well. Kirak Oz. KLA 1109, Carl Herbert, who are the Englishmen we're wearing back today. Dara Azizi's with us. Music Cat's King, of course. So local weather report. Good morning, everyone. I had a decent shower this morning, but nothing since. Just looks very gloomy in patches, but you can see it clearing on the western horizon and blowing over quickly. Thanks, Music Cat's King. There's some welcome backs for you, Bears, and thank you for all your service through thickness.
Well, thank you.
And we've got Green coming up.
Oh, yeah. We have indeed. We shall play him a jingle.
We are the Cameron Green.
Well, in he comes here to Smith, and the first ball's defended into the offside.
We are the Cameron Green Preservation Society. His injuries cause all of us excessive anxiety.
Just the 2 wickets for Green this series, averaging 65 with the ball. He hasn't had a great series with the bat.
He hasn't had a great series.
What?
If there had been a couple more Australians who hadn't had as good series as English people hadn't had good series, but generally one person has batted better in the Australian lineup generally in every match, and the whole team as a whole has batted better, clearly, obviously, though they wouldn't be winning.
Bowled better.
Green in again, and this one's just poked back down the ground. It was slightly up in the air. Cam Green had a look at a caught and bowled, but it beats his arm and rolls out to the boundary. Travis Head does the fielding, and Smith will run through for another 3.
I mean, that's what I thought. I thought yesterday morning, when I woke up, when I went to bed the night before, Bryden Cast had just got what's his name out, opener, Weatherall out with a dodgy LBW that he should have reviewed, hadn't. And I was thinking, oh, this could be all right. If we can get Head out, all good and well. Woke up next morning, Head's on 145.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, and I look at the rest of the scorecard and I think, if only, you know. And then yesterday morning, the first session before I went to bed, we got 6 quick wickets.
Yeah.
And I was like, actually, we're not out of this game.
It's the hope that kills you.
It's the hope. It is the hope that kills you. And then when I woke up this morning, we were 6 down. I was like, for fuck's sake.
Well, England brought some proper Test cricket yesterday. They were just 3 days late.
This one's defended by Jacks. 2 Pat Cummins at cover, no run.
They just generally fucking giving their wickets away too cheap. Pope's got to go, man. Pope has to go. He's a fucking waste of space at 3.
I agree, he's got to go for this series, but I don't necessarily think his
Test
if he
gets it
over.
back, mate, he isn't a number 3. And
No,
you know,
he's
to
not.
a certain degree, Hendo's right. They've kind of ruined him.
Yeah.
He should be a 6.
I think you should go back to Surrey, have a season with Alex Stewart and Gareth Batty coaching him, get his confidence back in the middle of the order, and then see where he stands. Because I don't think Jacob Bethel's a 3 either.
No, I don't think he is either, but they'll bring him in.
Green's in again. This is straighter and driven back. Fields off his own bowling. Nice little take up to his right.
I mean, the other thing is England can't just sit there all day, can they? I mean, they've got to be a little bit proactive. There's going to be bad balls. They've got to hit the ones that they can for 4.
That's the issue with this Australian bowling attack, is you can't sit there because they're going to produce a ball that
Well,
that's
this is,
gonna get
well,
you.
I mean, I presume that's the theory behind baseball, isn't it? Because of that, you're trying to hit them off line and length. But the problem is you give them too many wickets and you can't get them out. England's bowling has been pretty average.
Once more, Green gets a bit shorter, short and wide outside off stump. And Will Jacks just has a look at punching it through cover, beats the outside edge.
Joffre's been good. Joffre's been fantastic throughout this series. I thought Josh Tongue, all right there, Jace. I think Josh Tongue has been pretty good this test, actually.
Yeah, and I think I'm slightly surprised why he wasn't played in the pink ball test. I think we saw in India that he's obviously not particularly consistent, but his wicket-taking ball is a lot better than most of this English bowling attack.
Yeah, true.
And he can wipe up a
He
tail.
gets a better length as well. The problem with Bryden Cast is generally just too short, isn't he?
Green again, Fuller and defended. End of the over, 3 from it. England 213 for 6.
We have our first super chat of the day from the lovely Zippy Tuna, who sends us $2, and he just says, "Glad to see the youthful visage of Bear today."
Why, thank you very much.
Indeed.
There needs to shave. That's a fucking fucking shot!
Looking at Harry Brook. Just
The ball that got Stokes, absolute perler, but he should.
Except Stokes didn't play well.
Well,
Yeah.
no, but he played the line and it beat the outside edge. He didn't,
Yeah.
I mean, you got to give some credit to the bowler there. It's Nathan Lyon. He's got it to drop a little bit short. He can't cover the spin, and it's turned spat, hit the fucking top of off stump.
We have a plea from Mog. He says, "Play the Adelaide jingle." He promises it's not like the Brisbane one.
Okay.
Lyon beginning his second over of the day, 20th over of the innings. It's defended by Jamie Smith.
Mog knew that I was about the only person who would ever find it. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Are there jingles for each ground?
Yeah, Mog
Oh,
did
okay.
jingles for each ground. No, I've just got to go and find it.
Well, here comes Lyon again.
He had a dull day.
And this is shorter and spinning into Jamie Smith's pads. Does well to get some bat on it. Goes down to short leg, no run. Yeah, are there any jingles for English grounds, or is it just the Australian?
No. Go with
No, he's only started doing it this year.
Oh, right. Travis heads in at leg slip. His Lyon's in, and Smith again using his feet, but defends down. Lyon will run into the cover to do his fielding for him. No run. Moved his feet a couple of times, Smith, but he hasn't moved his feet and swung. He sort of had a look and played 2 pretty measured shots. He's got a couple of 3s so far today.
So there's 15 overs to go to the new ball, approximately. Do you think they'll avoid using Cummings and Stark until then?
Here comes Lyon, and this one's poked out through cover from Will Jacks, runs through for a single. I think we saw a couple of days ago a similar situation. I think slightly less overs, but Cam Green and Scott Boland shared one end, and Nathan Lyon sort of bowled through to the other end. It wouldn't surprise me if they do the same, because
there's no need to take Nathan Lyon off, is there? I mean, he's happy bowling.
Absolutely.
He's got 3 wickets.
interesting field. Will Jacks just standing on his off stump and watches that through, leaves outside off stump. Got a leg slip, short leg slip, and a sort of backward square leg, so you can see the plan to these two, spinning it in, trying to bowl a little bit straighter from line. He's got 1 to come, just the 1 from the over so far. Jacks facing has 11 from 40, and that's flighted up and defended nicely. 214 for 6.
Right.
Carl Herbert says, "Welcome back, Bear." Oh, did you find the jingle?
Yes, here we go. I thought you said it wasn't like the last one.
Oh, fuck, Mark. Stop it. It's killing me.
The fuck is
Enough.
that?
Ominous, wow.
Enough.
The question I have to ask, actually.
Oh, and that's a big drive from Jamie Smith to start Cameron Green's over. Just beats the outside edge through to the keeper, no run.
Has your
Fuck you, Mark.
has your machine accidentally spat it out at super slow speed, or is the file such a type that it's playing it really slow, or is it just meant to sound like that? If it's meant to sound like that, yeah, fuck off.
That was painful. As Mayank says, what the fuck jingle is this?
It's the Adelaide Oval jingle.
Kiriko says it sounds like an upset tummy.
Well, here comes Cam Green. Second ball of his over. It's short and wide, and that's a beautiful shot from Jamie Smith. Just carved out to Nathan Lyon at deep backward point. They'll walk through for a single. Jamie Smith has got to park that shot that he played off the first ball. It was just a bit of a nothing channel ball, and he didn't really move his feet.
That's a favoured way to get him out, isn't it, actually?
Yeah.
He doesn't move his feet, and he drives flat-footedly at balls just outside his off stump. You know, there's a lot of batsmen who do in the world who get caught in the slips and behind. You know,
He's got to be careful though. He's worked hard for his 10 from 40. We wouldn't want to throw it away.
Well, it'd be good if he got his head down and got a score, because he hasn't had a score. He got a score in the first test, didn't he? In sort of a 30 or something, which wasn't really a score, but in
Defended by Jacks into the offside, no run.
with respect to the scores that were in the first innings, it was a score. You know.
Yeah.
And he only got caught out, didn't he, flashing out to deep mid-wicket when he was batting with number 11, didn't he?
Can I just say, I know it's early in the day, but I'm surprised at how empty the Adelaide Oval is. Just 4 wickets for Australia to win the Ashes. I would have thought people would have got there early into their seats, but it's pretty
Well, it
empty
was
at the moment.
raining at 8:30 this morning, so maybe they thought it wouldn't start on time.
Green, 3 left in his 5th over. It's short, wide, and just poked
that's a
again
lovely
through
shot.
cover. Really nicely timed from Will Jacks. He's hobbling back for a second as Nathan Lyon does the fielding out at deep cover. Yeah, he looks pretty uncomfortable there. Might have twisted an ankle or something. Sort of leaning on his bat to help him through. Quite gingerly now. Ooh,
No, he just twisted his ankle.
It was one of those back foot shots where your feet sort of rise off the ground a touch, and then on the come down,
he
look,
just rolled it.
rolled it. That's never nice.
No.
Walk it off.
That'll walk off, though.
Walk it off, Jacksy. So we're going to need all of him today.
Whack down some painkillers, you'll be fine.
Two to come for Green, who's in over the wicket. That's a short ball, and Jamie Smith takes it on, hits it high on the splice of the bat, and just lands short of Jake Weatherold at deep square leg. Again, I'm not sure what the plan is there. Cam Green bowls short, slight surprise. Jamie Smith took it on, but just a little bit
I don't mind if
too
they
late.
take it on, but roll your wrists over the top of it.
Oh yeah,
You know.
that's the thing. Jamie Smith hit 1-6 off Pat
I mean,
Cummins.
but
in the
look
first.
at where he is. He's ducking his head. He's playing
Yeah.
it blind.
Yeah.
You know, you watch Root play that shot. He gets on top of it, rolls his wrists, and it always goes along the deck most of the
Just
time.
be careful. Yeah, his eyes lit up because of course he hit Pat Cummins for a pretty nice 6 off the short ball, and then seemed to his eyes just light up any time the ball went short. Will Jacks is facing now. That was just a single, and he's pulling this. Rolls the wrist nicely actually. Goes along the ground to Weatherold again at deep square. Runs through for another single. So at the end of the over it is. 4 from the over. England 218 for 6.
So there are a lot of messages coming through. I'm sorry I can't read them all. If you want to guarantee it's going to be read, super chatters. Mike Black 622 says, "Good evening, Gorillas. I have a few anagrams for England players. Here's the first: a lazy wreck." Well, it's got a Z in it, so it's got to be Zach Crawley, hasn't
Yes.
it? And Dave Barrett, Men with Ven, is with us. He says, "The day is the day when dreams hardened into memory and 2 humble Saxon names, Jackson Smith, rose improbably and irrevocably into legend.
That would be
This was the day the cry went out across the world, a most lovely sound, carried from the suburbs of Sydenham to the very heart of Adelaide. Go harder, go harder, go harder."
Well
Thank
said,
you, Dave.
Dave.
Well said as Jacks begins Lions over, just defends back to
Very
the bowler, no
poetic,
run.
Dave. Very poetic. Jace, can you let him Will Munt? Thank you.
That was brilliant.
Okay, Mog has explained. He sent us a $10 super chat. Thank you,
Oh,
Mog.
sorry,
He said-
just a reverse sweep here from Will Jacks. I think it balloons off the glove, but beats Travis Head at leg slip, and they'll run through for a single. Sorry, Messi.
Mog says that is not the jingle as I sent it. Seems to be having the inverse of that issue where some jingles play faster and pitched up. What the fuck is going on there?
I have no idea, mate. Resend it again. I don't know what format you sent it in. I didn't have a look, actually. But I mean, that's just a download it to the downloads, whack it into a spot, and woof.
Jamie Smith now to Nathan Lyon, moves back and gets bottom edge.
That
Dangerous.
keep a bit low.
Yeah, looked. I think the ball's just quite soft now. Correction, sorry, it was a leg by the ball
It's a
before
fifth day
from Will
wicket
Jacks.
as well. Have we got to a
Yeah.
fifth day, for fuck's sake?
Yeah.
I mean, you know,
Yeah.
Something to cheer about.
they did keep a little
Yeah.
low.
Bit of a double hit
Nas-
there.
only person not happy is NASA because
Yeah.
he keeps his record.
Oh, and this is a big slog sweep from Will Jacks, up and over mid-wicket.
No,
Sails
Smith.
from Jamie Smith, sails all the way for 6 runs. Great shot.
I thought that had gone straight up in the air.
Genius. Yeah, if it did, we would be fuming.
I saw Nathan Lyon interview one time. He said, "I like it when they hit me for 6. It means I'm in the game."
Well, absolutely.
I like that attitude.
Yeah, and it's so right, because Jamie Smith now will have a bit of adrenaline pumping. Be interesting to see 2 more from Lyon. He's in again, and this is a bit flatter through the air, and Jamie Smith just flicks that down to Cameron Green at backward square leg.
There's nothing worse as a spinner. I mean, it makes the figures look great, but it's, you know, you play club cricket and there's no one playing a shot at you at
Yeah.
all. They just literally prop forward, bat. You know,
I
on
guess
a,
on
on a
one
pretty
hand-
slow,
Yeah.
long-turning wicket that's got no bounce. It's just like, I'm not going to get a wicket here.
Well-
You want people to play shots.
One hand, they think you're a threat, but at the other time, it's just quite boring. Last ball of Lyon's over again. It's a bit of a drag down, this one. Outside off stump, but Jamie Smith finds Pat Cummins at mid-off. 225 for 6 now, 68 overs gone.
So we've got an existential thing here. The ghost of Bobby Fish says this would be a much better show without the obnoxious, sweary bloke and the stupid jingles. That's who we are. Swearing is part of the deal. As Mark Zip says, swearing is part of the deal for even reference it in the theme show for the entire show. It's not for everybody, Guerrilla Cricket. But you're going to get swearing and you're going to get jingles because that's what sets us apart. That and involving the crowd, as it were.
So you're entitled to your opinion, and that's fine. I'll have to get another beer, though.
Oh, and Hoother says, if anyone's wondering why the low crowd, Adelaide Oval for day 5 were charging $30 a day for the ticket. It's day 5 used to be just free or a gold coin.
Cam Green begins his over. That's a really nice drive from Will Jacks. Out to deep backward point. Nathan Lyon comes around to do the fielding, but they'll get back for 2. Jack seems to have walked off the rolled ankle in the previous over.
Thank you very much, Jace.
Moves to 15.
A Music Cat King says, I was thinking of going, but Sundays are the days of hell on public transport. Yeah.
Reduced service. The good old reduced service on a Sunday.
The Barmy Army is still there, and they're pretty up for it. Finchy, the trumpeter, getting them all up. They've got to say, through thick and thin, they're just always there. Cam Green in for the second ball of his over, and Will Jacks has another look at a similar shot to the one he played before, but slightly wider and beats the outside edge. No run.
I don't think that would carry if he'd edged it, though.
No, very soft this ball.
Yeah.
Very soft. Again, you're just shaking at the thought of Pat Cummins and Mitchell Stark coming in with a hard new ball in about 12 overs time now.
Well, if they've had 12 overs and they're still there when a new ball comes, at least they'd have seen a few balls by the time it comes along, eh?
Well, it was similar to Stokes and Archer had about 12 and Stokes came undone. Well, to be fair, he got about 20 runs off the new ball and then
Stark got him out with an absolute fucking perler.
Yeah, which is the danger here. Green in again, straighter and driven to cover. No run.
That's it. Whenever whenever Australia have had to pull something out of the bag, they've pulled it out, and it's been, noticeable.
Yeah.
Is this worse than our last effort in Australia? I suppose it's the hope that kills you. I mean, last time we were expected to get battered 5-0, and we could quite happily go, look, you're all shit, and this is a shit side, and we're never going to win anything.
Yeah,
I think when we went out there, I think some of us were quite optimistic for a change.
And we had a draw last time, no? Green in. Full and driven nicely. Beats cover, but there's a man out there. Deep cover. Nathan Lyon. They'll run back for a second. A couple of nice drives from Jackson this over.
I still wouldn't surprise you if we got a victory. But the annoying thing is we'd have had 3 warm-up games before you can get one. And that's the thing.
That's Joe Root's dad in the crowd. He's getting up for it as well. Well, also the thing is, my worry is that we lose this test, we're 3 down, and then we start getting experimental. Put Jacob Bethel in, Bashir will come in. Maybe we give Matt Potts a go, which might not have been the worst thing earlier on in this series, but if your first match is when we're 3-0 down, it's quite hard to come. Cam Green wide of the crease, straight angled into Jax, who just guides it down to deep backward point. Might come back for 2. Does come back for 2. 6 from the over so far. 1 to come.
Well, we're soon to be under 200 to win.
Yes, we can start believing.
Well, I'll tell you what, if these two are still there and we need 100 to win, then things will get interesting.
Then we can talk.
So I've got to say, Madam Hope has accepted her contractual obligation by putting in an appearance.
This one's short by green, and it's just scooped up by Will Jacks. No one's in there at square leg because the man's deep on the boundary, so it lands short, and Josh Inglis comes round at mid-wicket. So they run through for a single. 7 from the over, 232 for 6.
There you go.
Music Cat King says the Christmas miracle is that England took this test to day 5. Mog says Lyon said he was filthy at being left out, so they wittily started calling him Filthy or Phil. Oh, that's why the change of name. Dave Barrett says, and we lucky, happy, some may say clinically insane few who listen through the long night would carry this moment forever, lodged deep within us. Go harder! It's good to have you with us on YouTube, Dave. I'm sorry we're not doing messages off X or Blue Sky anymore. It's all on YouTube.
Oh, this one's short from Nathan Lyon. Just sticks in the pitch, really soft ball. Will Jacks goes back and scoops it up a little bit, but lands short of Lyon, who's scrambling around, no run.
I mean, do the Australians just think we're really shit? That's the other question.
Yeah, and rightly so. From the 2 tests they've seen, I think.
Well, I mean, I'm going to say one of England's problems.
Will Jacks defends this one back down the pitch, no run.
Whilst we were looking for a new bowling attack because we wanted to go to Australia, it just proves that pace isn't everything, isn't it? You've got to have pace with a bit of bloody direction.
Yeah.
Because pure pace doesn't get you anywhere. I think we've got, a part of our problem is actually we've got a really inexperienced bowling attack to go out there with.
Again, Nathan Lyon bowls straight and just flicked to short leg, no run.
I mean, you've literally got Tongue has played, this is his, 4th test, 3rd test?
Yeah.
Gus Atkinson's played, 8? Carter's played maybe 13.
Yeah. Well,
there's no... Joffre's the most experienced, only because... And he would have played a lot more had he not been out for 4 years, true. But and he's looked the best by a long shot.
Again, defended by Jacks to short leg, no run. Well, yeah, I think the main thing for Australians is, I'm not sure what you think, Messi, but surely you're just sick and tired of. Surely you want a bit of competition now because this one's defended again. Because
yes and no. You know.
No. Yeah, there is a bit of that, isn't it? If it was yes and we won, they'd be really.
Yeah.
They'd be filthy along with Phil.
I mean, you'd want to win 5-0, but in some thrillers, like.
Yeah, absolutely. Close tests haven't been a thing for a very long time. I mean,
this one again is defended, maiden over from Lyon. 70 overs gone now. Sorry.
Well, I mean, how many tests have you lost in the last 10 years at home?
West Indies,
to India, and one to the West Indies.
Yeah. Simar is with us. I haven't heard from you for a while, Simar. Has sent us a super chat for $2. Thank you for that. It's another anagram of an England player, and I should warn you that it includes a middle name as well. Who's Jaded Torpor is the anagram.
But he's put the answer next to it as well, so I can see that.
Yeah. Well, it's Joseph Edward Root. There you go. Thank you, Simon. Craig McLean says, if these two can put on another 50, it could get interesting. Yeah, it's the hope that kills, just remember. Claudia Gonzalez says, Jack's highest score in tests is 41. Smith's is 184 not out. I guess that gives us some hope. And Mog sends us $2. Thank you, Mog. Says, can we get the bear to swear, please?
Quite easily done, Mog. Don't you worry. What people have to remember is the reason I carried on doing this is I didn't want to go to the BBC because they wouldn't allow me to swear. And my natural position is to let a few F-bombs here and there. It's just
Why the fuck not? Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, Jamie Smith had a look last over at taking on the short ball, so Cam Green's laid the trap. He's got a sort of long leg, a deep point, a deep square leg, a fine leg and a deep mid-wicket, so the trap is there. He's coming in to start his 7th over. Jamie Smith facing up, and it is short, and Jamie Smith does take it on the soft ball, but it goes over deep square leg for another 6. 2 sixes for Smith now.
Less than 200 required.
Yeah, dare to believe. Although it is a dangerous game now because they can't always come off. As
Well, I don't know. I mean, Travis Head managed it for 120.
I guess also with the soft ball now is probably the time to take it on. It's not going to sort of nip off the surface and get a bottom edge as it slightly did with Pat Cummins in the first innings for Jamie Smith. He's got 23 now from 46, just starting to kick on. Jacks has 20 from 58. Cam Green coming round the wicket now, short and very wayward down leg. So Smith has a look. In the end, sort of draws his bat away, but gets a bit of bat on it, hits it into the ground.
Could have gone anywhere, that.
Yeah, not a great
We
one.
have another super chat from Hinkstar, which is a handle I'm not familiar with, who sent us £1.99. Channeling his Shakespeare, he says, "Cry God for Harry, England and St George."
Well, aye.
And Steve Bruce says, "Absolutely over the moon seeing the Bear fit and fighting. Love you, Bear."
Well, thank you very much.
Short again from Green, and this one, Jamie Smith rolls the wrists over, sends it out to Marnus Labuschagne, deep backward square. Just walk through for a single, see what they do for Will Jacks here.
I'd like to see Smith even just get a 50 for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Do his confidence no good. No
Keep him on the
harm,
side
would
as
it?
well.
Yeah.
James Rue.
Yeah.
James Rue's knocking around.
Have they brought him into the squad?
No, not yet, but anything's possible.
James Rue
Once
wasn't he
it's
born in
nurses.
Australia?
Was he?
I don't know. Am I making that up? Or I seem
think
to have
you-
a vague memory of that. The Rue brothers.
Yeah, the Rue brothers. Two incredible talent.
With
They'll
names like
both
that,
definitely-
they should be Australian.
Yeah, the two Rues. Well, one slip and a gully for Will Jackson. It's full from Cameron Green. Jacks just guides us out to backward point, runs through for a single. Interesting for Jacks there, they're pitching it up, and for Smith they'll go short.
Well,
I assume the Rue brothers' names are Kanga and Skippy.
Yeah.
that presumably they got a plan. They think Smith will whack it down
Yeah.
someone's throat.
Jacks likes a nice booming drive over extra cover in
Yeah.
T20. So
It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, it does look it looks such a simple game when the ball's not really doing much.
yeah. Well, the field's gone back now for Jamie Smith, and Cameron Green's just coming around the wicket to Smith. Alex Carey standing about 6 stump, and it's short, and Jamie Smith has a look. Carey goes upstairs, goes up for the appeal.
Get your dodgy hotspot out.
Finger stays down. If they have a look, you never know, but it looked to be close passing the glove of Smith. Didn't look like he hit it. Pat Cummins is having a word with the leadership team and Carey. 5 seconds, 4, 3. No, he's
No.
not going to go up.
With your dodgy snicker, I'd have gone.
Yeah.
It could have been 5 frames behind. and
That's
they'd
the
given
thing,
it-
you
they'd
could
have given
just-
an
yeah.
Englishman out.
Like,
Fucking.
you could leave it and go upstairs, and you never know, you might have it.
Did I hear that they're going to change it for Ultra Ridge for the next test?
There's discussions about that. Channel 7 have got a contract for Ultra Ridge, which they use for the BBL. So they could change pretty easily, I suspect. It's a matter of whether they can get out of the contract with BBG for Snicko.
Who are BBG?
They're the people who run Snicko. And
Well,
their
just
contract
tell them
with
it's a
Fox.
shit system and it's failing on its objective, and therefore we're getting rid of it. You know.
Well, it's a really stupid arrangement. I mean, I just think Foxtel should get rid of the fucking skeleton technology and use the money to pay for Ultra Ridge.
I mean, you've got to have a system that works. I mean, if it's dodgy, it's dodgy.
Last ball here for Green. He goes full now to Smith. He's driving it out to wide mid-on. Scott Boland there. End of the over. 240 for 6.
Yes.
Ooh, just
Mob
changed.
points out to Hinchter that the consequences of saying "Cry God for Harry, England and St George" is that the pitch will end up covered in English dead. Which, yeah. Darren Paul has sent us a super chat for £2. Thank you, Darren. Says, has Baz saved Test cricket, by the way?
No.
Yeah. It didn't need fucking
Well,
saving.
he did save it at the time. English Test cricket.
Yeah, I mean,
English.
look, we all bemoan the fact that Bazball has fallen off a cliff here. and they're not really playing baseball in its truest sense of when they started. But I mean,
started at the bottom of a cliff, so
they started at the bottom of the cliff and were carefree, and
There's
it
a very
worked.
careful selection of 17 tests up until baseball came along, but you look over a period of time, the record now isn't that much better than it is
It's
in the long
it's
term for England.
sort of reserved to about 50-50, hasn't it now?
Yeah.
Which is
Yeah,
still
well,
actually better than Roots record.
Well,
was-
but since Brody retired, it's something like 40-60.
Well, this is it. You've got to have all the parts in the team. It's what's your change, by the way, now? Lyon is in and it's defended by Jax, and there's no run. You're doing Hector has taken over from you, Messi. And all right, Will, how are you, mate?
Okay,
Hello.
catch you later.
I'm not bad, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, I'm very well, thank you. I'm very well.
Good, good. Good to hear.
How are you feeling? You're an Englishman. We're going to win.
Well, I'm not that optimistic. I mean,
Big swing, no ding. Hits
Yeah,
the pad outside off stump, no run.
it's one of those things. Like you kind of like you know it's not going to happen deep down, but there's a, kind of that slightest bit of hope. I feel like, well, especially whilst these two are here. I think when the first wicket of the day falls, I think that's when I'll be definitely like, right, this is it. But
Yeah, I think
At
that's
the
the same
moment,
for all
yeah.
of us. And I mean, you do know that both these two are more than capable of getting a ton each.
yeah,
In reality, they are. I mean, they're both, top
Yeah.
order batsmen who probably score plenty of tons in their lives. In reality, at both first class level and various franchises. That one's clipped around the corner and there was no run by Will Jacks. So, I mean,
yeah,
there's a belief that these two could get a ton. I mean, it's unlikely, obviously, but I mean,
yeah.
they're not out yet.
No.
And Lyon is around the wicket, actually, I forgot to say, to Jacks. He goes back deep in his crease, defends it back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. I think obviously because these two are both, I suppose, well, especially even in white ball cricket, they bat up the order. So we know there's obviously like the ability and the talent there. So just if they can kind of get us to, I suppose, even within 50 of winning would be great. But
Yeah. Well, that'd be bloody interesting if they got there. That's defended back to the bowler, and there is no run.
And I think-
Australia would start to panic. There's going to be a point where Australia will be going, and I don't
Yeah.
think that is until, I think once there'll be a slight little niggle if England don't lose another wicket for another 100 runs. They'll be like, because they'd have got through the new ball then as well. That's defended back down the track. There's no run, and presumably in 100 runs' time, both of them will be seeing it like a football if they're still there as well. And they're
Yeah, I
both
think
in their
obviously-
mid-70s.
the new ball does feel quite pivotal, really. I think obviously that's been the hardest time to face the seamers, obviously, and they're showing signs that they're playing the spin quite well at the moment. And I think we've obviously seen that Archer is obviously more than capable to get a few runs, and I think obviously there have been times, maybe not so much in the series, where Cast has kind of shown a bit. But I think obviously these two do need to do the bulk of the work, and then we'll kind of see where we go from there.
Cast got a 40 in the first test, or was it the Gabba?
Probably the first test.
I think he got maybe 20 or 20, late 20s, mid 30s, kind of something like that.
Just
First test, I think.
some socials here quickly. Martin Smith stepped up in the bowling but not the batting, that's probably right. And the Roos were both born in London, then moved down to Taunton when they were little.
Oh,
So
okay.
that's invisible, Bob.
Short from around the wicket by Green to Smith. He just turns it round to Nathan Lyon down at long leg, and there's no one. Obviously, a newer, harder ball would be better for Nathan Lyon as well. Actually, offer a little bit more sharper, quicker turn, and a bit more bounce.
Yeah, it'll probably be first change after.
I'd imagine
after
so.
Head.
Yeah.
Sorry, Cummins and Stark, not Head.
Yeah.
No, and Boland will be at the change at one end, and Lyon will be at the change at the other. And then they'll just rotate from one end, and Lyon will bowl all day at the other, I'd imagine.
Yeah, well,
I do think it was.
Go on.
Oh, sorry. I think obviously, there is kind of an element where with the new ball, Line could be a bit more dangerous. So obviously, he'll probably come onto the bat a bit quicker as well.
Yeah, exactly. It will do. And if there's any vagaries in a pitch, it'll pick them up better. That's clipped by Jacks to mid wicket, and there's no run.
Cam Green's just not doing it for me this series. I don't
No.
know. He's been underwhelming with the bat, underwhelming with the ball, and somehow he's gone as the most expensive player of all time, overseas player of all time at the IPL auction. I had no idea what that was about.
I don't understand that either. I think he's kind of one of those I think he's kind of okay in both assets, but I'm not sure he's this kind of generational talent that Australia are big enough to be.
No, I think the thing about the IPL though, isn't it? If you speak to Indians, that one is attempted pull by Jacks. There's times it gets an under edge, I think probably into his belly, and then it just flops out on the leg side. The pace bowling all rounder is the one thing they don't really produce in India.
No.
That's why they're expensive. That's why they
think
go
as
for
well-
big money.
Yeah, Stokes. Well,
Yeah, Stokes. You think
Chris Morris even went.
Well, exactly.
Yes, he went for a lot. Yeah.
It was him. He went for a lot.
Yeah.
You think Pat Cummins went for a lot.
Stark,
Yeah.
Stark
went
and
for a
Cummins
lot,
are the
yeah.
two most expensive. Sam Curran.
I think he's probably one of those as well where, like, I suppose in English kind of terms at the moment in their regime, he's got like that kind of, I suppose, ceiling they'd probably talk about.
Yeah.
And even like the attributes, and I think they pretty like his attributes. Obviously, quite tall. He is a good fielder. I suppose he's kind of. There's a lot of things, I guess, like when you kind of look at him.
There's a
like.
lot to like about him, but he's got, it's great looking at him. I like him. Great, wicked. He's got actually produced shit, haven't he?
Also, he's 26, and everyone goes, "Oh, he's the next big thing." He's been around for a while. He's a
been
bit like
around a
Harry
while.
Brook. You can only really be potential for so.
You can
for
be
so
for so
long.
long. Last ball was just left through to the keeper by Jacks. Yeah, it's an interesting one, but I can't stand the IPL anyway. It's past shite.
What? Yeah, we were talking about this actually when you were ill. Would you take an IPL contract if you were off?
Well, I'm saying I'm worth a fucking IPL
Yeah.
contract. I think I can bowl at fucking 9 and over. I reckon.
Last I heard, it was 7.
Well, it was, but then you look at the average scores have gone up now. I mean, if you can bowl under 10 and
Pitches
over,
are dry.
you only got to be able to bowl at 40 for 4 overs. I think I can manage that. That one is pumped out to cover by Will Jacks off the back foot, and there's no run.
Well, there was a huge chase the other day in the Big Bash, wasn't there? Brisbane Heat chasing them out 260, only 2 down.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh look, there's a bit of rain.
Oh,
I'm not sure if that's good or bad for England at the moment, to be honest.
I don't know.
brilliant. Ooh.
Well, if they keep him out there, it's good for bloody Australia because it will make the pitch a little damp, won't it?
Yeah.
And they don't seem to be moving to hurry those covers on.
No.
Short down the arse, and Jacks draws his bat out of the way, and there is no run. 1 ball left in Cameron Green's 8th over, or was that it? Maybe that was it. Or
Think
they're
they're
going
coming
off. No, that was it. The scoreboard's just really slow. 241 for 6. Target is 435, so less than, nearly 190 required. 73 overs have been bowled. And have Australia lost any points for slow bowling this test? Because we managed to get them past 80 overs in both innings. Nearly.
Yeah, well, I don't think they have.
Moral victories and all that.
By the way, Bear, the Sauceman 847 says Bear looks like a young Kevin Costner. Very nice to see you all and be entertained by your magic.
I don't know if I take that as a compliment, Kevin Costner.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Looks. Moral victory talk. I see. Says BDK.
Well, of course.
Question for Messi: Is it Bo Webster time now for Green? Well, yeah. From what we just said, probably take Bo Webster. Give him a go, especially if Australia won the Ashes.
He's got good pace, Green, I think.
Yeah.
Lyon is going to continue. That one goes on with the arm. And Smith to defence in the crease. No run.
Yeah, I think obviously as well, kind of Bo Webster and Cameron Green, they're probably quite similar. And it's probably one of those where they think, obviously, we've spoken about Cameron Green's not that young, but he's considerably younger than Bo Webster still as well, and he's got more international experience.
Yeah. I mean, he's had a lot of injuries, hasn't he? Oh, that was floated up. That was a tempter from Nathan Lyon. Smith was tempted, but he mishit it into the ground and back to the bowler, and there is no run. No wicket. Smith, 6 away tests, average 24.8, only 150.
I think that was in Pakistan, he got 90 odd.
Well, he's had a big heave at that one from outside his off stump.
Yeah, on a road though. Was that Rawalpindi when Brooke scored that?
Yeah, when Brooke got treble 10, and we had a partnership with 580 or something, didn't we?
I think his 90 actually, we were in a bit of trouble, I think.
Oh, really?
I think when he got his 50, I think England probably maybe like 190-ish for 8 or something. I think that was actually the second test, maybe.
Oh, okay.
When
we played on the same pitch?
Yes, I think it was that one, yeah.
10 days. That was just played back to the bowler, no run. I think they are going off, actually, because they seem to be handing the ball to the umpire. Let a little sprinkle of rain get onto the pitch first for a good,
I love
4
to
or
see.
5 minutes.
I love to see the groundsman run, the groundsman sprint. I had to do that a couple of times at the Oval. It's stressful.
Oh,
Yeah.
A Donny Trump in the crowd.
It's kind of one of those at the moment as well where it's a bit interesting. So obviously, I think if England had lost a couple of wickets, or even maybe early on in the day, like, yeah, rain delay, great. But it kind of feels at the moment like England aren't doing too badly. And I suppose, obviously, it could actually, I don't know if it could maybe even complicate it. If we have a longish, obviously it doesn't seem probably or it could be that long, but if there is a longer delay, it gets to the point where, obviously, like the runs kind of feel like they're a long way away, then you kind of feel like the defeat obviously is the only option.
Well, no, that brings a draw bracket into it, doesn't it?
I mean,
if they lost a session now, for example, England would only have to bat a session in an hour.
And also they'll come
To
out
save
with
the game.
6 overs left.
And
in
they have
the
6
soft
overs
ball,
of the old ball, yeah.
which is, the longer you can keep that old ball going for is probably the better, because it's not doing a whole load. Shall I run through?
Yeah, give us some socials.
Be about to Gummy Shark. Take Lyon away from the stumps on run-out chances. Need a designated stumpsman. Kiriak Oz. Lyon will get more bounce with the new ball too, which is his main weapon. Yeah, I thought that you were saying the same.
Yeah.
Eric J001. Ghost of Headingley. Potentially. User QX7. Which club does Jax play for? He plays for Surrey with Jamie Smith, Gus Atkinson and Ollie Pope. They haven't had a great tour, Surrey.
No, they haven't at all, really.
Kiriak. Again, I agree about Cam Green, but presumably they do some statistical analysis on something. He hasn't been very good since he came back from injury. Well, also, they kind of batted him in the wrong place. They played him at 3 and 4 a bit in West Indies.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah.
I think he's definitely not a number 3. I think he's kind of one where definitely a bit lower down the order. Because I think in the last away series, he got kind of a few kind of 60s, 70s and 80s kind of coming in maybe at 5 or 6, which I think will definitely suit him better.
Yeah.
Who was this?
Cam Green.
Oh, right, yeah.
Frank Rockefeller, what's the chance of a miracle? Well, if this rain stays around, potentially we won't need to do anything. Well, they're putting the covers on, but it looks pretty light. I don't think they'll be...
yeah, it doesn't look... it looks quite miserly, really, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They are covering the square. They've already covered the wicket. Mog says, I love how the narrative keeps changing to allow the Bears to still fit into it.
What?
For
the
about
IPL?
the IPL, yeah. Yeah.
Well, scores have got bigger. Bowling averages, the average person goes for about 8.5, 9 and over now, and that's considered a good average. I mean, talk about a bloody batsman's game.
Yeah. Musicat's King. Baseball is the top gear that is good to have at appropriate times. It's just England have overused it regardless of suitability. I agree, but appropriate times at the moment is kind of just on a flat track, like a Rawalpindi, or it's sort of borderline flat track.
To be fair, this is quite a flat track.
Yeah. Well, against the best.
Yeah, I mean that's it.
This
is it. It's great. Again, you got to think who you're facing as well. I mean, the one thing you got to say as an England fan, I suppose, how much longer can this Australian bowling attack go on? I mean, even the likes of Boland, who's next off the rank, is 36, so he probably won't be around either.
Yeah.
And a different bowling attack. I mean, they got some good bowlers, but will they be able to sort of keep this up for 5 tests next time we're over there?
Yeah, I think even kind of touching on the initial thing about baseball in this test really as well. I think overall England have done considerably better. I think in this test, there's obviously been kind of a few examples of poor shots, but overall I think, and if you think they've probably still not scored that slowly. I mean, obviously, if you look at kind of the scorecard now, they're kind of a lot slower than you'd expect, but they've not been really, really slow, and they have toned it down a bit. It kind of, for me, kind of the biggest frustration is like, surely we should have figured this out before the first test. Like, McCullum's been in charge for what, like 3 years now. Surely you could have figured out that this kind of way that they're playing in this test would be the way to adopt in the first test. But
what I didn't realise, Will, was that when India went out there last year, they got use of the Optus bloody Perth Stadium for the week before the first test.
The wacky.
Yeah. And and it's like, well, we could have done with that, actually, couldn't we?
Yeah.
It would have been helpful to prep that way. I mean, there is a problem with the way that cricket is, run, and the fact that there isn't as much time for prep. It's not like they're going over on boats anymore and you're over there for 6 months and there's bugger all else to do but play cricket. The fact is that they're all over the world in different places playing different bloody franchises now, and then they're thrust into the heat of an Ashes battle with no prep. Now, some people would say the modern batsman and the modern bowler doesn't need all this modern prep because they're playing all the time in different formats anyway, blah, 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 blah. But there's probably definitely something to be said for it. There just doesn't seem to be time in the schedules for it. I mean, I did notice I think it was after the Perth test or the Gabba test or halfway through the Gabba test, there was already an article in the paper about how England were already talking to the ACB, halfway through the second test, going, next time we come, we want proper bloody prep against proper bloody teams,
I think they could. If you look, so they were in New Zealand before, where most of the squad were, and the people that weren't in that series were just there for nets, and Stokes was there to see family and for nets. That New Zealand series, England's white ball depth is pretty incredible. You could have played the England second team, sent the test team out to have a bit more practice. They could have asked to play at the WACA. I think they were just pretty happy with Lilac Hill.
Well, I think they they weren't. They definitely weren't happy with Lilac Hill. I think they did ask, but there was T20s and a Shield game going on at the WACA. So,
but apparently they were offered a match against Australia A before. I don't know if it's been confirmed yet, but I saw an article the other day saying they were offered a 4-day game against the Australian second team.
But it's also where you're playing it. It's not so much. I mean, if the first test is going to be the WACA and it's a particularly hard, fast track that you don't really meet that often, you need to be preparing on something similar. I mean, there's no point in playing in Canberra, for example, for the Gabba. I mean, everyone said that it was pointless to go and play that game, even though it was a day-night practice game.
Yeah, it's more visibility, that game, to actually get used to
seeing well, there is a bit of that, but I mean, there's visibility and at that pace on a bouncy track. It's very different to a slow, low wicket somewhere else.
That's true.
Even if it is a pink ball.
Can I just hop in here?
Yeah.
In terms of a factual thing, yes. England were offered a game at the WACA against Australia A. The WACA pitch is very similar to the Optus Stadium pitch, so they could have done it. They couldn't play at Optus Stadium because Metallica had it, but but the WACA would have been a great warm-up. As far as Canberra is concerned, when you look at the fact that England dropped about 400 catches at the Gabba, it would have been useful to practice the game with the pink ball under lights.
Yeah. Possibly.
Anyhow.
Especially
just to clear that up.
Yeah, especially for Jamie Smith, who dropped. Sorry, you go, Will.
I think that's kind of. I think my biggest issue was it didn't really bother me as much, maybe other people, about just playing one warm-up game. I mean, in an ideal world, obviously you play more, but the modern kind of cricket climate isn't like that. But I think it was the fact that the practice it wasn't kind of any use at all in terms of like you're playing at Lilac Hill, which is kind of like almost the opposite to what you're going to get in Perth. And I think, obviously, there is an argument about maybe not playing the Lions as well and playing a different team, maybe like Australia A probably would have been the best kind of possible one. But I think that's the biggest thing. Obviously, the whole point of preparation is to prepare for what you're about to face. And Lilac Hill just wasn't that, in my opinion.
No, I agree. And I think the other thing is, they didn't learn the bowling as much as well as anything, learning the right. I mean, you'd have thought it'd have been second nature to a bowler to pick up the line and length of a pitch, but we've seen this. I mean, I can remember this going back in time. In fact, as an England supporter to my youth, England bowlers go out to Australia. It's much like when they used to go out to the West Indies in the old days. You see a quick, hard, fast wicket and you pitch it that bit shorter, and actually it's not about pitching it shorter. It's still about getting the right length. You just get more lift off the right length, and it's harder to face. It's not just because it's short and we bowl quick, we should bowl it short, because good batsmen who are brought up on those wickets are generally good hookers and pullers and cutters and happy playing it up and over the infield. You know what I mean? So there are many things.
Yeah, I think that's kind of another thing as well. It's going to kind of this tour, I think, will always kind of be remembered as like what maybe could have been. I think there's been so many times where England have been in a good position, or even where you kind of look where things about how they prepared, they kind of didn't do it quite right, and that's kind of what is so frustrating. Because obviously, I think
Well,
think
yeah, I
that-
mean,
I was
I've got to
yeah.
say, at the end of the first innings at the Gabba, when we managed to get to 330, I thought we were in reasonably
Yeah.
good shape
Yeah.
there. But then
Yeah.
we bowled absolute shite in that
Yeah.
first innings, absolute drivel, and threw it away at that point. You know, you can't let the opposition score 500 when you've only scored 330 and expect to win a game, you know.
The fact is, we were in good shape. You've got all the Australian legends were saying, "Oh, that's a decent score
Yeah.
on this wicket." The stats said it was a decent score on that wicket.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, as you say, we could. The first two tests we bowled far too short. We needed to pitch it up, but for some reason we didn't. If that was a stamina issue or that's probably down to a
yeah.
match
I mean, I
practice
still
issue.
say that first head was won by Travis Head rather than lost by
Yes,
England.
definitely.
I'd
agree with that, yeah.
And that for that, you've got to hand it to Travis Head. But I mean, that's it. I mean, that's when the big boys stand up. You know, it wasn't a big total, but considering what had gone before, England must have thought they had a chance.
Well-
To get blown away in an hour and a half essentially was quite mad.
Do you not think we contributed? I know Travis Head played a blinder, but again, another collapse. We had the game similar to
Yeah, we were 100. We were 100 for one at one
yeah,
point.
and we could have pushed on to really grind them out with a 350, 400
Yeah.
lead, and then we collapsed again, as we have so often in the past.
Yeah, I think the bowl. I think actually, especially in that first test, I don't think the bowling was that big an issue in terms of. I think it was really mostly about the batting. So obviously, first time around they bowled brilliantly and obviously established that first innings lead. And I just think that the opportunity was missed when they were 100 for one effectively.
Yeah.
And then only kind of set Australia a very modest target. And like I think we kind of said, obviously they didn't bowl amazing in the second innings, but as you said, I think you have to give credit to Travis Head and the way he played.
Yeah.
But then I think it's going into the Gabba. I think definitely after making what was, I guess, as we've said again, like a decent-ish score, they just gifted Australia a fast start, and you can't do that obviously to players.
Well,
we
obviously dropped Travis Head, didn't we, on 4 at the Gabba as well? You know, we dropped 5 catches in that first innings.
We've got a super chat, by the way.
Oh, lovely.
Messi Jez,
Lovely.
$5. England v Metallica at Perth Stadium would have been the perfect warm-up.
Well,
Well, probably better than England v England Lions at Lilac Hill,
Yeah.
that's for sure. And there have been loads of chats where I haven't been able to.
and in this test, I guess, you know, we got them out for 370. It would have been nice to get them out for 330. There was obviously another dodgy call on the bloody Snicko on Carey when he was on 70, and Australia were 270. It would have been 270 for 7 at that point.
Yeah.
But I guess
Well,
even like
those things are kind of important, you know, especially if the technology is massively at fault.
I think even in the second morning as well, we probably gifted them maybe 40 runs, kind of in the early stages. I think the Stark went from something like, I suppose maybe only 20 for him, but he went from 30 to 50 in maybe the first couple of overs.
Oh, Stark, yeah,
If
exactly.
you kind of look at that, when we trailed by 85 going into the second innings, and that makes that 45, and it's just kind of a different kind of situation really.
Yeah.
You're chasing 400, not 430 or late 300s, which have been achieved more often, or albeit less still.
But then you come down to the fated number 3 position, don't you? I mean, the fact is that you expect number 3 to score you some runs, and Ollie Pope, every time he walks out there, it's like a walking wicket, you know.
Yeah.
No one's got any faith in him, which is...
We need to have a look at the county championship and actually pick
yeah,
a number 3.
I agree, but, you know, while Baz is there, I don't think they will.
It's
you
just
know,
a stubbornness.
as we mentioned earlier, Duckett's had his worst run of form for quite a while. He's been an absolute solid rock as an England opener for a good 2.5 years, and then right at the end, when he needs to be standing up, he's having a bad trot of form. I don't feel he's about to lose his place. He's Ben Duckett. He's proved himself over the last 2 or 3 years. It's annoying, but there's no one really to replace him, especially if they're going to play this way. Crawley's actually done all right when you look at it. I mean, he got a couple of scores in the last, didn't get any in the first innings, got a couple of scores in the last test, got a couple of scores. What did he get in the first innings? He got about 20 or 30, didn't he, in the first innings?
I think he got less than 10, I think.
Oh, right,
I think he was
okay.
in maybe like 9 off, I don't know, 20 or something like that.
You know, an 87 in the second. We've only had one century the entire series.
I know, and that goes to Joe Root. Obviously, I'm not going to start saying he's had an awful series. He's got the
had a
monkey
pretty
off his
average
back.
series. He's got his monkey
But
off his back, but he hasn't had a great series.
Yeah, again, the difference with Australia is that all their great players, Alex Carey, the whole bowling lineup, Steve Smith to an extent, Travis Head, they've all stood up and they've all produced sort of match-winning performances.
Yeah.
We haven't really had that Jofra Archer
it's
potentially.
it's been Carey and Head have carried them actually. When you look at their batting more than anything, has Labuschagne's got a ton. He's got a 50 or two
a couple
maybe.
50s.
The same with Smith. Hasn't got a big ton yet, has he? Has
No.
he got,
No,
I don't
he
think
hasn't
he's
got
got
a
a ton. No. So we kept those guys quiet. Travis Head, we were all hoping was on a bad trot of form coming into this series. Hadn't scored 40 in how many? 20 tests or something.
Yeah.
Now he's got 2 tons in 3 against us.
Again, big players, big moments.
Big players, big
Yeah.
moment. And Carey's got now 2 tons in 2 tests, hasn't he, against us as well?
And
so-
also the comparison between Carey and Smith going into this series was sort of, Carey's got more experience, but Smith's got that X factor. I think that's sort of been shut down pretty quickly by an emphatic Carey performance this whole series.
I think you can even look at the lower orders, because I think often we've kind of been like England bat really deep.
Yeah.
But I think basketball's really also affected the lower order in things like how they play. Like Bryan and Cast at times just wanted to whack absolutely everything.
Yep.
And we've seen obviously Archer's got 50 in this test, but Stark's got 2 50s, Bowler's hung around.
Yeah.
And our lower order just haven't done that.
But yeah, to an extent, but I don't think it is their job. I think if the top order
that's also true.
bat more like Stark and Boland, like in all seriousness, if they took a bit of their sort of streetwiseness into their batting and sticking around and sort of seeing off the good bowlers when they're bowling well, which should be pretty obvious,
Absolutely.
then the tail wouldn't have to be relied on, which unfortunately kind of has been all series.
Yep. Well, which should change.
That's true.
Shortly. Billy
Yeah.
should be here. I don't know if Billy's going to come on. He thinks it's raining and maybe he's not required. But you are, Billy. I'm pretty certain they're going to go out quite soon. I don't think they're going to be off that long with this rain. I don't know if it's still raining there.
Yeah, it's a bit annoying. They can't see with this. Obviously, they're showing highlights of the previous stage. You can't really see the situation until they cut back to the ground. It didn't look too bad, did it?
No, it was pretty light, although they were putting an extra cover on to sort of extend the square. They were only covering about 3 wickets and then covering 3 more, I think. Yeah, we're just looking through the wickets from yesterday. Again, actually not a bad wrapping up of the tail.
10:55, which was obviously 3 minutes ago. Hello, folks. Sun is out now. For now, there's a very dark cloud looming. We might get one more burst before this moves through. The on-field umpires are currently sat in the dugout.
Yeah. Well, I can run through some social, so there have been
Yeah.
loads, so it's more sort of conversations. Music Cat's King, any praise for Travball's 117 Carey's wicket keeping? Yeah.
I mean, that's what I was just saying. I mean, part of the difference between the two sides is Travis Head and Carey. In terms of runs, there's 400 more runs there than England.
Yeah, and Carey's keeping, it's just to have someone who can stand up to 135 completely changes the way England can bat.
Yep.
I think it was
Yeah.
Root or Brook that sort of charged down and hit bowling for 4, and then Carey's like, right, I'll go straight up to the stumps.
Yeah.
No, it was Stokes, and then Stokes had to sit so deep in his crease just so that he couldn't get stumped. So again, it changes how far you can press forward, changes kind of like the shots that you have at your disposal, and also he's been taking every catch and letting little buys through. So
Yeah.
it'll be interesting to see how many runs he saved through screamers and good stops.
Yeah, I did actually see as well that I think Boland's average speed apparently hasn't actually been that dissimilar to Stokes at times. I think so. That kind of just puts in perspective to what he's standing up to. And
Yeah.
I just think it's
Yeah.
definitely been one of the best kind of keeping performances I've seen.
Yeah, it's been amazing. And to go,
Unbelievable.
Kiriak Oz, I think Australia will struggle in England once we lose this generation for a series or so, and England might finally win a test match in Australia. That happened after the last good team.
Hopefully.
Yeah, well, it was after the last good time was 10 and 11, wasn't it? Actually.
Yeah.
I mean, there were some good players in Australia, but England absolutely mauled them in 10 and 11, and we had a particularly good team at the time. I think it's going to take England 2, 3, 4 years to find a very good, settled bowling attack.
Yeah.
I think we'll cycle through bowlers for the next few years until the next, I mean, will you find another Broad and Anderson? I don't know. They come along once in a generation, don't they? So
yeah, I'd actually have a look at Matt Fisher. He's sort of late 20s. Surrey. He's sort of a 83, 84 Michael Neeser, and just puts on a line and a length, and he's pretty fit. He bowled pretty well for Surrey this season. Didn't really get the returns, but he could be one to look at to lead an attack. I don't think we've gone that far yet. I think Gus Atkinson.
Well, I think Joffre will be there for another 5 or 6 years.
Atkinson will definitely be as well from the start he's had.
I'm not convinced by Atkinson, I've got to say. I think he's too... You know, everyone says he doesn't. He seems to kiss the deck for me. He's not really a...
Yeah, I think he'll do well in England, probably, I'd assume. I think... But he's probably another one of these bowlers who've had where in places like Australia, he won't be as effective. But also, I kind of feel as well, at the moment, with a lot of the county cricket and the stats you see, a lot of the kind of the top run scorers are players like a Sibley and a Burns, who we've already tried, and a lot of kind of the top wicket takers are kind of those players maybe towards the back end of their career still. People like Toby Rowland-Jones is still picking up a lot of wickets.
I bet Jimmy's still picking up a
Danny
lot of
Porter
wickets.
and that like that.
Yeah.
Right, we are due a change actually. Messi's going to come back. Billy, someone needs to let Billy in, but Jace is coming on, so maybe you can let him in on your way through.
Yeah. Just as weather update, the radar suggests that it should be stopped within about 5 to 10 minutes.
I presume they'll be out there pretty quick as well, won't they?
You'd think so, because it's not as if there's been a lot of rain. It's just been interesting. In fact, I think they're signalling to take the big cover off right now.
Okay, cool. Well, you two yap. Billy's coming. I'm sorry, Jace is... All right there, Billy. How are you, mate?
It's very, very good to see you.
Indeed. Well, I'm just running off, though.
Well, just quickly, Bear, did you watch the footy?
I did, and what a fucking... I was so scared at the end.
Yeah, same. It was horrible. Horrible. Messi, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. I've got to say that I did say earlier on that while I obviously want Australia to win, there's a part of me that would sort of enjoy Australia losing just to see so many people lose their shit. Because there's an evil streak in there. And it would also mean that Boxing Day was a live test, which would be kind of nice. But, you know, there's a internal dissonance in all of that.
Well,
if you know
there's
what I
no
mean.
rain for the rest of the day, is there? There's no rain.
It doesn't look like it. No. So I don't think rain's going to be the determining factor.
I don't think rain was ever going to be the factor, given the amount of rain that they were proposing that was going to land.
Yeah, the cover's been taken off, or the big cover has. The single cover, the small cover is still on, but they're going to be taking that off almost immediately. I think we should see a resumption within 10 minutes or so, unless the outfield feels wetter than it looks.
Yeah.
Yep. So good. My dash from a 79th birthday dinner has not been in vain then.
79th birthday, that's pretty good. That wasn't yours, I assume, Jason?
No, it's a friend of mine who I play cricket with a lot and go to actually watch a lot of cricket with, and his friends as well, mutual friends.
So he's still playing at the age of 79, is he?
No, he gave up, when he retired, really, around that time, so early 60s. But yeah,
can I ask how old you are, Jason?
I am 58.
Well, there you go. Yeah, so he's.
And I was the youngster there. I was the youngest person at the dinner. So they're all very
old and wise. Old and wise.
Old,
is what
wise, experienced.
And were they shouting at clouds? That's the question.
They were shouting at, howling at the moon for some of the England performances, and also
well, you don't have
West
to be
Indian
old to do
performances
that
as well, because there were a couple of West Indians there as well. So the West Indies versus New Zealand test also came in for some interesting discussion as well.
So just to bring you up to date in that regard, West Indies were all out for 420 against New Zealand, which gave New Zealand a lead of a lead of 155 in the first innings. In response, New Zealand are now 35 for no wicket, which gives them a lead of 190 runs. So presumably they'll be setting the West Indies a target, although it won't be easy. But at least that line looks like going to the 5th day as well.
Yep.
It sounds a pretty flat track, to be honest.
Very. You can get that sometimes in New Zealand, actually, which you wouldn't necessarily think, because at times you'd think it's the more English-style wickets. But I distinctly remember a series, I want to say it was at the back end of 2019, where England bowled Jofra Archer into the ground.
Yeah. I think it's the case.
On ridiculously flat pitches.
It's the case that it's much like England, though. It's not the conditions underneath, it's conditions above. So you look up, not down. And then if the conditions are clear, then it's very flat generally.
Yes. Kevin Hodge made his 2nd Test century for the West Indies, which has got to be encouraging for them as well.
Yeah, and he went 123 not out.
Yes.
Came in at 3 and carried his bat for the rest of the innings. Although the last 2 wickets came through pretty damn quick. In fact, the last 4 wickets, once they finally broke through this morning, didn't take long to happen. I think they came in about 20 minutes after the wicket was finally broken.
I can confirm that the sun is now out at Adelaide. They've taken all the covers off. They're just packing them away. So I don't think it's too long until we see a resumption.
And you can't think it's not like it's one of those where they need to drag the rope around or anything for ages. Surely it's pretty much done already.
I think so. There's a decent wind blowing, so that'll dry off the ground. In fact, it's strong wind blowing. So yeah, I think we'll see resumption pretty soon. I think England have done pretty well so far this morning. I still feel like Australia are just waiting until they get their hands on the new ball again.
Yeah,
I think that was always.
But that can be a slightly dangerous play.
Yes.
But they're miles ahead, so it doesn't necessarily matter. But it's like what happened. They did it the other day. They bowled Boland and Lyon, didn't they?
They were very much the holding
Archer
pattern.
Archer and Stokes just whacked them around for a bit, got into the game, and in a similar vein, we were then in a slightly better place to face the new ball. So it can be a dangerous thing.
It looked very much like a holding pattern when I turned up, somewhat earlier than I proposed I might do, because my driver knows all the backstreet doubles around South London, and so we flew up from Wallington to Lewisham in less time than I thought we would take. But yes, they were going along very nicely, and there was a very defensive, very flat bowling performance by the Australians.
Yes.
You had Green on, you had Lyon at one end, not looking particularly threatening.
Yeah. So Hugh 140269, who's a relatively new listener, says, "Am I being super optimistic in thinking that both of these two are capable of centuries? Then who knows?" So what I'd say is, yes, clearly they are, Hugh, but there is also a failure to remember that Hope is under contractual obligation to put an appearance whenever possible, just to keep you going, and then suddenly slams the door and tells you to fuck off. Yeah. It's the way it works, you know?
Yeah. It's a bit trite to say it, but I mean, these two are definitely capable of big scores, because James's high score is 200 and something, and Will Jackson's high score is 150, I think, in the match from which I was there to watch.
But not in a test match.
No, it's a one-day. It was a 4-day match against Essex a couple of years ago, which I thought was a defining game for him in the Red Bull format.
Yeah, this is only Will Jack's 4th test, and his highest score is 41, but that doesn't really tell you very much.
But the issue is, even though they are a very high ceiling, you need to look for their median scores, I think. And the median scores, particularly for Jacks, is down there.
Yes. Yeah. Well, he averages 34 in first-class cricket, 24 at test level. So, yeah, I mean, there's possibility. The thing is, though, Cummins and Stark with a new ball is not something that you'd really expect them to.
Well, they don't give us.
last through long.
They don't give us any freebies. That's the issue,
Yes.
which is the thing that England have done throughout the whole series. It doesn't matter who's bowled with the new ball, be it Bryden, Carstroff, or Archer, who are the two that have taken it the most. And they bowled just some short, wide tripe that's frankly let the Aussies get off to a flyer, and Australia just do not give England that luxury. And surely you've got to think, guys, England look at that in the dressing room and think, well, that's where we're going. You know, if you want to know how to bowl on Australian wickets, ask the batters what they don't like facing.
Yeah.
It's not very difficult.
Yeah, it's true. The other thing that's really interesting, in the context of people talking about lack of preparation by England before the first test, is that Cummins basically hadn't bowled since June in any competitive situation, just done net bowling and rehab, came back here, and fuck me, he was spot on from the moment.
Yeah.
So it's in his bones, I guess.
It was, but let's be fair.
But you have to caveat that with the fact that they're 2-0 up, and yeah, that is there for a reason. But sorry, go on, Jason.
And in fact, Cummins was pretty much a coin toss away from playing in the second test.
Yes.
No, he was pretty much fit, and it was almost a decision on the morning whether or not he would play or not.
Yeah.
So
Play will resume in 8 minutes, by the way.
Perfect.
yeah, it certainly looks bright and sunny and glorious in Adelaide. Now that little rain squall has happened. Blue skies and fluffy clouds, little fluffy clouds, to quote the Orb.
So
they are
I've
just
got to tell
dragging
you that
rope. They're just dragging that rope around as well, just to keep us
on
all
Channel
interested.
7 they're showing two quotes. One from Brendan McClellan saying this is the biggest series of all our lives. Another one from Jan
Jeevan
Patel accusing everybody else of making a big deal out of this being a big series. Which
Well, Messi, I mentioned that to you yesterday on commentary, didn't I?
Yeah,
I said
it's just ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
the messaging out of the England coaching camp is just been it's mind blowing.
It's
boggling
a bit
in terms of
tone deaf.
ridiculousness. More than tone deaf, it's grossly self-delusional in my view. It's one of the reasons that people have not taken to this team is fundamentally the dishonesty coming out of the coaching camp. It's just telling lies to cover their asses to a large extent.
Well,
Sorry, that may sound harsh, but it really pisses me off.
yeah. Well, what
But
I'm
I've said this for the last couple of years. Genuinely, they almost need proper media training. Some of them. I can't remember his quote, but Ben Duckett definitely said something about a year ago, and they just feed the press narratives that just don't work in their favour. It's extraordinary.
Yes, you don't want to poke the opposition if they're better than you are, and provoke them into being even better than they possibly could be on average.
Food Kitchen 428 says, where can you watch for free? Well, in Australia, you can obviously watch on Channel 7. If you have a VPN, you can watch on 7 Plus in Australia.
Do they still have that Australian thing where you can't watch in the state in which the match is being played?
No, that hasn't been the case for 20 years. The TV company said, this is bullshit. We need to be able to advertise. And I don't think it's depressed attendance as much, to be honest. The truth is that cricket is part of the background of summer in Australia in a way that it isn't in England anymore, in my judgment.
It's not, though. That's a lot to do with
but
the
we still
expansion
sell
of the
everything
football
out.
season.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And its overarching importance in the minds of the masses.
So Steel 1988 says Australia just need to keep it simple and bowl at the stumps. The temptation of Bazball is too much for the English batsmen. They'll get themselves out. Well, I think Zach Crawley was a great example of how that can be resisted. My estimation of Crawley grew significantly yesterday because I just thought he batted really well. I mean, yes, he got out to Lyon in the end with that stumping, but that was a beautiful piece of bowling.
Yeah. Great glove work from Perry as usual.
Yes.
I mean, he's been awesome this series.
Yeah. And Kriakos says, you have to remember, though, that Pat Cummins is one of the best bowlers in the world, and England have based their team on hopes, wishes, and maybes. I think there's considerable truth in that, to be honest. It's so much hype around people who were unproven, particularly the bowling attack. It is, all this stuff about all we need is pace, and then you have a bowler like Boland doing so extraordinarily well in Brisbane with help from Carey.
I mean, I am tempted to think back to 2010-11 when we had a similar bevy of pace bowlers. Oh, look, and it's starting to rain again. And at least in that occasion,
that's a highlights reel with rain in it.
Yeah, so I've just been told. But at least in that occasion, in 2010-11, all the bowlers who were coming into the pace bowlers that were coming into the side had proven county experience and indeed test experience.
Yeah.
Whereas this time round, no, the most experienced bowler apart from Stokes has only got 17 tests under his belt.
Yes, yeah, that's true. I still think the most criminal thing is to arrive at Adelaide without a spinner. I mean, I just think that's not just down to McCullum and Stokes, that's down to the system that allows that to happen.
Well, I mean, there is... I'm going to be slightly controversial there. There is... If you haven't got a good spinner, then why are you going to put in a spinner that's bad?
Well, why haven't England got a good spinner? That's the question.
That is the underlying fundamental problem.
It's a systemic question, and it's one that if it's not addressed by the structure of county cricket over the next few years, it's going to continue to never be able to win in Australia. You've got to have a good spinner to win a series in Australia. You look at people like Swan, I know his demise is sometimes seen as the key, but the fact is he was a fucking good spin bowler for England in Australia.
The best probably for 50 years potentially. Looking at performances, there's an argument that Underwood would have been pretty good. But I'm not
Underwood
sure
would always have been pretty good. I mean, he didn't spin the ball a lot. He was almost a sort of medium pacer a lot of the time, but he was just fucking smart. He was a very smart bowler.
Right, well, England are coming out to bat, it seems. So players are about to resume. Smith on 25, Jackson 21. Australia require 4 wickets to win. I always think it's ominous when they have the wickets at the bottom, don't you think? Basically means the batting team are buggered.
Well, you know which side's on top then, because it always tells you that... no, this is how much left the winning side that's on top has to do to win the match.
They did have that at Headingley too, though, in terms of what happened. So, these things can change.
No, I think that's host broadcasters right, because I think they said England needs 70 runs to win the match.
Yeah.
And no, there was more hopeful that than actually expectation. And then Ben Stokes defied the odds, along with Jack Leach, to win that match.
Kyriakos makes a good point. He says, Alyssa Healy mentioned yesterday that some of the pre-series narrative have definitely motivated the Aussies and implied they want 5-0. Yes, basically she's saying they kept the receipts and they're going to
cash in,
throw 5-0 back in a few journos' faces. That's what they want to be able to do.
Wow. Did we go off in the middle of an over, or did we go off at the end of an over?
I think it was the middle of an over.
Yes, there's 2 balls to come from Lyon.
Yes. Give him a jingle.
I will give him a jingle. Give me 2 seconds. Lyon, where are you? There. Did I hear he's had his name changed from Gary to Phil?
Yeah, it's Phil.
Yes.
It's now called Phil. Well, Smith
because
on
he was
25.
filthy.
Yeah, because he's filthy. Smith on 25 is going to face up to him. It's fairly just working out their field. 3 for 74 so far, Nathan Lyon. England 240 for 6. Smith presses forward. Oh, well, he nearly got an inside edge and every single ball, you just feel like Nathan Lyon might take a wicket. He bowls such a wonderful line and length.
Yeah,
There's a bit of breeze. You're absolutely right, Messers. That'll help him get a bit of drift.
And dry the pitch as well very, very quickly.
Yes.
Smith taps his bat down a couple of times, and Lyon trots in, aiming for those big Stark foot marks, and Smith prods forward and defends. There's no run. And he will collect his cap from the umpire because that is the end of the over. Only the 2 balls he needed to complete it. So England 241 for 6. Australia require 4 wickets to retain the Ashes. Messi, what's on socials?
Rob Miller says all England need to do is use the bat to keep the ball away from the stumps. That should scupper the Australian simplistic approach. Yeah, it's not a bad plan, really.
It's
when it works.
very simple in theory, but no, when people's egos get in the way, I think it's going to be very hard for them to suppress their attacking tendencies for the 70 odd overs at least they're going to require.
Sania Malik asks, what is the weather report? Well, I can tell you it's sunny, very windy. It's currently 19 degrees, and the rain radar suggests there is no rain coming. So we should be good from here on in.
Will Jacks will face Cam Green. 8 overs and up for 39. We think that Australia are just really waiting till new ball, but he's got his first slip in and bowls, and Jacks gets on the back foot, drives, but it's well stopped by cover. Travis Head, who's played such a big part in this Ashes series so far. You always wonder if that injury hadn't happened to Nathan Lyon, Usman Khawaja rather, he wouldn't have been promoted.
Well, I think they've found the emergency opener that they required for the last 2 years, inadvertently as a result of that.
But he had opened before this Ashes series, hadn't he?
And he opens in white ball cricket. But
so it's not like it was a complete unknown.
But it was the least surprising. It was probably the least expected option of the replacement openers. When we look back at it, we think, well, that's obvious. Why didn't we think of that? No, both the situation and the mentality demanded that someone aggressive would go into that position.
Jacks faces up to Cam Green, wider on the crease, and this is pushed out to cover for no run. A little bit of shape in from Cam Green. That may have just been the angle that he'd bowl at. I always like bowlers who mix up, don't you, Jason? Who just mix up their use of the crease.
Yeah, you've got to do it in the right way. There used to be famously there's the galloping horse jumping sideways. Mark Wood, when he used to bowl the one that angled in. That was always very obvious. Whereas people who are a bit more subtle about the changes in their body position and their line are often a lot more effective.
Green in once more bowls to Will Jacks, who defends it straight back to him. Very front on action as well. It never looks like his body's under much pressure when he bowls, almost in the Jofra Archer type mold, just 15 kilometres per hour slower.
Well, he doesn't look like he's putting much effort into his bowling, but then you realise he's actually a gargantuan man. So, when the ball does come out, he's coming out with all the benefits of the long levers that he has.
Yeah. Jacks will face up again. He's been to date so far 21 off the 73. 3 balls left in Green's over. 3 dots so far. Goes even wider on the crease this time. This is pulled by Will Jacks, but there are lots of men out there. There are 3 men out there, and it goes on a couple of bounces to Jake Weatherald. So they will come through for a single. 242 for 6. Messi, sorry, did you want to?
Well, Cricket Info are saying it sounds like lunch will be pushed to 12:30. That's half an hour later, although they're waiting for official word on that. Right. In which case we'll need to take account of that roster-wise, rotor-wise.
Yeah. I like that shot from Jacks. It was controlled. It wasn't up. He was hitting it flat and low to the square leg. No, if you got to go after the ball, then that's the way to go after it, I think.
Green balls and Smith defends confidently up to mid-off. There's no run.
Only 193 runs left to win.
Well, I said to someone earlier, Messi, and I was pissed, and this is English optimism at its finest. But, Smith and Jacks back for an hour and a half, that lead will get under 100, and you just never know. And this, I think, is the thing. with this England side, and we've been absolutely crap. I try not to swear on Guerrilla Cricket too much. This is last ball of the over, and well, Smith does well to roll his wrists over it, and there's no run, 242 for 6. Essentially, to fit it in quickly, we've been crap. But with this England side, there's just somehow it's a no ball, so it'll be rebowled by Cam.
That was a no ball.
Essentially with this England side, you just always somehow have that little sense of optimism, I feel, which is quite nice to have.
I have the
And it was a
feeling,
big
though,
no ball from Cam Green as well.
This may cheer you up a bit. I've got the cricket on two different screens here. One is Foxtel, which is showing Australia requires 4 wickets. The other is Channel 7, which is showing that England require 193 runs. So there you go.
Defended back down the pitch from Smith, and there's no run, so that does completely over. A no ball and a run from it, 243 for 6 England.
Nick Bicker says, why isn't Rian Ahmed playing? Damn good county season with the ball and bat. Good enough for a BBL contract. He should be in this test.
he's not in the squad.
No, he's not.
He was
but he is in Australia.
He's in Australia, so that he could be called up at a moment's notice, and that's by design, I do think.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Andy Pollock says, currently in Florida listening. Got to drive to Lakeland now, so away for about an hour. Hopefully when I do that, my next test will need less than 100 with 4 wickets remaining. Come on, England.
Yeah.
Well, you can take us with us. Play us out of the car, surely. Will Jacks will face up to Nathan on the par of the score. Partnership is 49. He gets on the back foot, and it turns from line, but it's defended into the onside. Messi, go on.
Dara Azizi asked the questions many are asking. Are we seeing the dog in England or just another steaming turd?
Ooh, that's a visual I don't want to see.
Jacks presses forward, defends once more. The Lyon just lands absolutely everything on a spot, really, doesn't he? They always talk about sticking a handkerchief down and bowling to that or whatever else.
There is
And
that, but there's also the
every single
counter
time.
argument that if you don't attack Lyon, then he will be allowed to bowl everything into the same spot every single time.
Well, which is why people who didn't watch the build-up to Brooks' dismissal as Lyon comes in, 2 dots so far in his over. Jackson 22 gets on the back foot and pushes this into the offside. They will trot through for a single. Score moves on to 244 for 6. If you didn't watch the build-up to Brooks' dismissal, you know he played that reverse sweep to good effect throughout his innings, and that's purely an attempt, as you say, to knock Lyon off his length to try and make him do something different. And absolutely, that ball, as we know, because it bowled him, was nowhere near the one to reverse sweep. It was far too short.
Yeah.
But the principle was there, and it's not like that was a rush of blood and a really rash thing. It was a tactic.
Yeah, but there are risks, and they have to be calculated against reward. And
Smith faces up on 25. He dances down the pitch and drives. It goes on the bounce to mid-off. There's no run.
yeah, smartly fielded by Cummins. Away to his left, to his right, sorry. But yeah, it wasn't the full dance down and flay over the top.
Lyon in again. Smith rocks back on the back foot. They might get at least 2 here. It seems still to be a relatively quick outfield. That rain won't have had too much effect. Cummins does the fielding and he throws it in. They will have got 2 there, you would think. Yes, they have. Smith moves to 27. The score goes to 248 for 6. If it updates, I think that's what it should go to.
Yep.
Nope. 246. It hasn't. Either someone's being slow or I'm being sick and they've already done it. 1 ball left in Nathan Lyon's over. 3 for 77 so far. Smith faces up, presses forward, defends, back up the pitch. There is no run, so 4 overs left of the new ball. 76 overs gone, 246 for 6. Messi.
So you've been called out by the prefects, I'm afraid, Billy. Sudahu says, steady using the C word, Billy. You'll be flogged at Sunday Mass. And Mog says, look out, Billy said crap. Fuck me, the cheek of him. And Sudahu says,
I just
doing the mini Spider-Man fiend.
I try and keep it nice and professional without swearing too much. Trust me, if I was going to swear lots, you would have heard it mostly yesterday.
There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with using Anglo-Saxon words when they are appropriate to do so.
So we're due a change.
We are.
Oh, we are.
Someone's going to come in for Messers, I think.
And I'm
yes,
off. I'm off as well. I'm pretty sure.
I've got Tony down on my radar. Is Tony in the studio or on Zoom?
He would be on Zoom. The bear is
So you
lumbering
in.
to the terminal for the moment, so we'll keep
Jack's
going for
face
this
is up
over.
and this is left well alone. Yeah, well, I'm on for an hour and a half stint straight on.
And
on,
Tony has
in a little
appeared.
bit.
So
Tony, I heard that Tony may have had a couple of drinks, so it could be fun.
Haven't we all, Tony? Haven't we all?
He's been sleeping him off, Messers.
Well done. Okay, I'll catch you later.
But I think
Sorry, before I go, Tony, there is some possibility that lunch will be delayed half an hour, in which case we'll need to bring forward the after lunch session by half an hour.
Yes, I'll
Cam
work
Green
that out.
balls. This is Jack's pressing forward, and there is no run. Tony, where are your optimism levels? That's what I want to know. I've had a few drinks, so I'm feeling very optimistic.
we've
Are you
all had
the
a few
same?
drinks today, I think.
Yeah, I think we have. You're feeling optimistic. Watford have won, so that always
Liverpool have won. Bears in a
peps me
good
up.
mood.
Well,
I'm in a
that's
good
not
mood.
quite so
Plymouth have
unusual.
won everything.
Good lord. Well, in that
Rugby,
case,
football.
Excellent. You know what that means. Our luck's ran out already, and England are going to lose.
I think
So there we go.
you probably asked me after they've taken the new ball, which I think, if I'm right, is due in about 4 overs time.
Yeah,
That might
3.4 to be precise.
things
Cam
differently.
Green into his 10th over now. 2 dots so far in this over, and Will Jacks pushes to cover. There's no run.
Yes, Cam Green's not exactly rushing through his overs to get to the new ball, is he? He's very measured in his run up and delivery and thoughtful trudge back to his mark.
Is the bear there as well? Because I might go and get an hour of sleep if it's all possible.
The bear is here, and he's in theory only here until the end of the lunch time.
Green turns at the top of his mark. Balls to Jacks wide on the crease. Jacks turns into the leg side. He's angling for his pads. They're looking for a potential LBW. Although you need to be very full to get one at his height, Tony.
Yep, and the bear is coming to join me.
There is the bear.
So
Resplendent.
you're free to go at the end of this
cargo
over,
shorts.
Billy.
In cargo shorts and all, yes, I'll see out the last 2 deliveries.
And then I'll take over.
Does anyone know, I've been trying to wonder for most of the series, does anyone know what that Australian sponsor is?
Which one?
On their shirt? The three lines, the 3 thick lines, the red ones. Jacks pushes
That's
forward
Westpac.
into
It's
the cover,
Westpac,
trot
yeah.
through for a single.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
a
is it?
bank.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Massive bank. They've been there going for
They
years.
are.
Oh,
Absolutely.
wow.
I had
Is it
I mean,
an
it look-
Australian? Is it an Australian only thing, or is it an English thing?
No,
as
it's
well?
an international thing.
International
Oh,
bank.
right. Okay,
I had a Westpac account when I went to Australia.
I do like it. 'Cause it does look like the 3 tops of 3 stumps
Yeah.
when a broken wicket.
Yeah.
So it's very clever, and I do quite like that.
Right, England 247 for 6. Smith and Jacks, they've gone nicely so far. There was a little rain delay. Slightly disappointed by the crowd. I wonder if that's the state of the game, whether the threat of weather or what's happened
It's the
there,
assumption of an easy win, I think.
And apparently
yeah,
it's
it will be.
$30 to get in.
Oh,
Really?
it's not doing
Yeah.
themselves any favours, are they? There.
No. Smith faces up, last ball of there, but it's short, and he has a crack at the pull shot. He's got it away nicely. He may go for 4. Good fielding. Was it by Nathan Lyon or Phil, as he's now been nicknamed? They should get back for a couple, though.
Yeah.
And do. So 249 for 6 is the score. Smith 29, Jacks 24. I will leave you for the next hour in very capable hands. See
Oh,
you
there's a
later.
bit of a hobbling lion there as well. He's not done
He
himself
did
any favours.
dig his knee in when he dived for that stop. Good stop though it was.
Imagine if he
And I
can't
think
bowl
he's
for the rest
gone
of the
straight
day.
off the pitch. So I think that is immediate 12thers duty for somebody.
On a small production note, somebody needs to. That's it. It has been done.
Yep.
Who's doing what for this half-hour time?
I'm supposed to be doing ball by ball. I think.
Jason is ball by balling. You're providing
Colour.
colour in your usual inimitable style.
And
And
you'll
I'm
do-
reading social
Oh
media
no,
messages.
he's pulled. He's
done a hamstring.
He's holding the back of his hamstring there. Yeah.
Anyway,
Oh.
so he's going to obviously stop
Well,
bowling.
that's
so-
him out for the series, mate.
And they'll need to find another person to bowl the 2 overs required to get to the new ball, which will presumably be Travis Head.
That's their primary weapon, in theory, that we would have most feared
Yes.
on the day 5 pitch.
Yeah.
You know they'll come up with some other solution.
Well-
and it is Travis Head, and he's straight into his action. Doesn't waste any time at all. And Jax just drops that down into the leg side with a straight bat, and there is no run.
Well, England will give their wickets away to the second string spinner, won't they?
Here he is with his all arms. He just lumbers in very gently, and there's suddenly a big flurry of action. That's defended again into the leg side for no run. No time to waste for him, and that ball is just outside off stump, and Jax plays it safely enough with a straight bat into the offside for change. Gets ready to place head again. That's full, and tempter for Jax, who drives it, but drives it straight to mid-off.
That's a bit annoying.
Yeah, that was a potential gift for 4 runs, which he's hit straight to the man. Again, Fuller by head. He's definitely giving the ball a chance. That ball is just past a jumping Jamie Smith to get out of the way. They trot through for an easy single. That's 250 up. Just 185 to win. And steady the ship, steady as she goes at the moment for England. Smith advances, then stops and plays the ball into the leg side as Head adjusts and drops the ball short in length, and that's the end of the over. 1 off the over.
Well,
2 more before the new ball.
Over to you, Tone.
Absolutely. Matt UZ800 says, say it as it is, England fans. You have been outplayed and haven't even pushed them at all. Well, we are now, perhaps a little too late. I think the new ball is going to be pretty interesting, I reckon.
Well, the new ball will be interesting. I wouldn't say, I mean, we have been outplayed, but I wouldn't say that at times we have pushed them. The problem is we just haven't been pushed them for long enough.
No,
in both disciplines, in one Test match, we've either batted okay and bowled like shit, or batted like shit and bowled okay, but we're not done both in the same game.
Oh, and this is interesting. They really are rushing through to get through to the.
Read you a message, but it was Dan De Castro.
It's going to be the Tiki man himself, who's going to roll some of these filthy leg breaks, and that turns nicely straight away. Definitely reasonable leg spin into the offside for no run from Marnus Labuschagne.
I reckon it could well have been his constant chirping.
Come on, Skip. Come on, Skip.
That ultimately injured Lyon.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is certainly much better than his medium pace filth. That is dropped into the offside, and an easy single is taken by Jax. Moves to 26. Just trailing Smith at the moment, who has overtaken him this morning, who was at 1 not out overnight. But a couple of sixes by Smith has caught him up to Jax rather swiftly. It's a good ball. That's on the line and the length, and all you can do with that one is give it the respect it's due. And Smith does that. He drops that into the pitch, and there is no run. This is much better bowling from Labuschagne. He may even get another over at this rate.
Won't be required.
That's slightly shorter, and that's cut off the back foot by Smith. And there's a single. 252 for 6.
Before this series against England, he'd only got 1 wicket for 99 runs against England, and that was Leach at Old Trafford in 2019.
That's very full. That's driven very nicely by Jax square to Head, who runs around on his short little legs, picks it up. Every time I see him, I get memories of David Boone sort of beetling around.
Very much so. I had David
What
Boone
a match
on.
winner he's been, though, in this Test. Well, you don't know he's actually won the match. But
Lunchtime a couple of days ago, they were playing an 87 Test, weren't they, or something like that.
And that's another ball that's short, and this is going to beat the unfortunate Head. And that's rather ruined the over from Labuschagne.
We require less than 180 now, Beats.
Yeah. And that is, I think, 7 off the over. That's the end of the over.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Yeah, basically, the new ball's where this game's at. If England survive, if they don't lose a wicket for 20 overs after the new ball, it'd be an interesting game. Could be an interesting game.
The new ball, yes, it's a double-edged sword. It's a chance to score runs because the ball will go off the bat quicker. But it's also very much the
thing is,
elevated risk.
The run rate really isn't the problem. I mean, there isn't a problem with run rate at all. We got about 70 overs left in the day and 160, 70 runs required. I mean, it's literally just over 2 and over.
Head in again, and that's fired in at the leg stump. That's just worked very neatly around the corner by Jacks. Takes a single.
I mean, there are two ways of looking at it. I mean, say England get within 50 runs, then nerves will start jangling as well for England, and then it flips back in a little bit in Australia's favour.
It's very full and driven very nicely by. There's nobody out there. That's a beautiful little shot by Smith, who's just taken advantage of a gimme really from Travis Head, and he just pushed it all the way along for 4 runs. Lovely shot.
Yeah, it was.
No, it did advance, got to the pitch of it. It was wide, so he did have to make sure that he played it through the gap. And Head, who's twitching away with the ball in his hand. Ready. And there's another ball, and that's another launch from Jamie Smith. This time it's 1 bounce for 4 over, straight over mid on to the boundary.
Well, you know what he's putting in their heads, isn't it? If Lyon's injured and can't bowl, they're going to be scared to go back to a spinner.
Yeah, it's going to take 2 potential bowlers out of the attack. And that's better length by Head, and Smith gives it the respect it's due, just punches it straight back to him, and there is no run.
That was a good shot. There was a big puff of smoke, wasn't there? A big puff of dust out of the pitch as well. He got right to the pitch of it.
And made sure that he went up and over the man at mid-off. Short and quicker, and nicely adjusted by Smith, who started to come forward, went back and then just dinked it into the offside and ran a quick single.
Well, under 170.
Yep, and that's 9-10 off the over with 1 more to come. 267 for 6.
Yes, right. Messages. Mr. Handjob has been very kind. He said, "Hi, Tony. You only look half cut instead of fucked."
And that is last ball of the over. That is just manoeuvred very neatly to short mid-wicket. And that is the end of the over.
Shining Knight 259 says, "Just to be safe, we should keep Lyon out, I think." Well, at the moment, he's keeping himself out with that what looks like a hammy.
We've had Lyon to the Christians here.
Well, yes, could well be.
Well,
BDK 86 says, "To be fair, having a wet ball makes bowling harder."
I don't think it's going to be wet.
Soften it too.
Yeah, it will do, but I think that the outfield has probably already dried. It was mizzle, and the sun is out again now.
England fans suddenly have a pep in their step, says the beer-battered gummy shark, and they are taking the new ball look, which is not a surprise.
Not surprised at all. And here is the game.
Yep, and we're going to see this man with the new ball once the man with the thumper,
the mound pounder, yes,
has done his business to make sure that he has a decent purchase on his front foot. It's going to be this man.
Does anyone know what playing conditions would entail the extra half hour before lunch? How many more wickets would England have to lose?
I think you have to be 8 down, don't you?
8 down, yes, and you get 8 overs or half an hour, whichever one is shorter.
One can bring 2, as they say.
Anyway, here comes Stark, who's had a golden arm for this series so far. And that's full and driven very nicely, but a smart piece of work by mid-off, scurrying around to pick up the ball on the run. Wasn't a full drive by Smith, it was a check drive, which allowed him to just about get around in time.
Scramble team.
But yeah,
A little bit of in swing, but nothing extravagant. Just
Well, he
we're
didn't have the
waiting
seam
for the
set
seam up
for it.
ball,
Yeah,
and then it will boomerang, I would imagine. That's just a loosener, really. Anyway, he's back at his crease, over the wicket.
What are you drinking, Tane?
water at the moment.
That's wide and full, and that Smith has gone after that with his hands and carved it away to backward point on the boundary, taking a single. He moves to 44.
What have you been up to tonight then? Why aren't you in here?
I've been out drinking because I had my Christmas lunch prior to watching the Horns earlier.
How did Watford do today?
1-0 win against Stoke. A shocking game, but 3 vital points.
Yeah, but
then I went out after that.
Yes.
So there was no way I was able to get in the car and
fair
head
enough.
Lewisham way.
Liverpool were the same, man. I mean, they were cruising for 74 minutes and then conceded another goal. And then it panicked.
Stark, short and wide and ignored by Jacks. Rightly so. Have a look at this new hard cherry before you essay a shot at it.
Absolutely. I would just let him bowl out 5 overs, crying out loud.
Well,
Unless he put something right in my spot.
Tighten my technique up, make sure I only have to play the balls.
Now we got a little niggle in the side of Mitchell Stark. Oh, come on.
On.
England haul themselves across the line and the entire Australian bowling attack falls apart as Pat Cummins back goes again.
Either that or he's trying to do an impression of Mr. Humphreys from Are You Being Served?
Ooh. Matron, yeah.
Okay. I think you've got confused there, Jason.
Yeah, Frankie Howard, yeah. And that ball is on a good line length outside off stump and defended by Jacks. Cover runs in and cuts it off. He's in the danger zone there. Yeah, and he's given his official warning. Well, that will help as well.
Well, he had the same issue in the first innings and earlier on in this one.
But he's been given the official warning.
You only get 2, don't you? And then you're off.
Yep.
God, wow. Would be interesting, wouldn't it?
Well, little victories for England here. There's the ball that comes back in. That's the one that with the seam up. Jacks is beaten on the inside of that, but fortunately it just goes over the top of off stump.
Beating all ends up there, wasn't he?
That's a glorious ball. I mean, that really doesn't miss by very much at all.
Yeah, but his bat's nowhere near his pad either, is it?
He has no death rattle, so all he can do is just look at Stark and nod at him and say, yeah, good ball, mate. Try again. I mean, that's what moved a good 3 inches at the time it comes to the wicket.
Yeah.
From the delivery.
Which is more than enough to take a little nibble.
Anyway, last ball of this over, left alone by Jacks.
Went too early, that one.
And the score is 268 for 6. And a very steady over by Stark to start with the new ball.
It was. Shining Knight says, how is Travis Head more economical than Will Jacks? Well, Will Jacks just wasn't very economical. But I understand your question. Horns need a miracle and 185 runs, says Andrew Callagher.
Well, it's less than that now.
Well, it is. I'm quite a bit behind. We'll tell people about super chatting in a moment. It's not wrapped up yet. Funnier things have happened on day 5, says Amatim2692. Shining Knight 259 says he's a better bowler than Will Jacks. He's talking about Head, obviously. He's got Australia into an ODI World Cup final with the ball in his hand. He is a match winner in so many forms. He's won World Test Championship.
He's won T20 World
Cup final.
Anyway, we're going to have the new
he's an extraordinary player.
Opener from the other end. It's going to be the captain. First ball is defended on a rising ball and off the back foot into the offside, and there is no run. Here's his jingle.
Paceman Pat, and his baggy green cap. Early in the morning, just before the warm-up, he has to pull out with a dodgy back.
Patrick Cummins!
And that jingle is, what, 10 years old now?
Yep, and it's come right back in, hasn't it, really?
Yeah.
Leading into this test.
With his baggy green cap and his broken back. Anyway, he's bustled in. That ball has just tailed in a little bit and coming off the seam a little bit, and that's played by Smith with a straight bat out to mid-on, and there is no run. As he scuffs the delivery stride. And yep, no, and slightly turned around by Smith, but he got the bat in the right place at the right time. As the broad-shouldered Cummins comes back in now, and that is moving away, but and rising, but played nicely by Smith. Not attempting to do anything other than just knock it into the offside. And there is no run. Good start by Cummins, 3 dots off the first 3 balls.
So do we know if lunch is lunchtime or are they having an extra half an hour? Do we know that yet?
We have.
Well, that might be for the rain delay, rather than the.
Well, normally
the
don't.
wickets
I mean,
fall.
normally they don't move lunch though, do they? They just sort shit out later in the day.
Cummins again attacking the stumps. That's aimed at leg stump, and that's defended by Smith, who's been doing a good job of playing in the right arcs and getting the ball back where it's coming from.
Certainly looked a lot better in this innings than I've seen him in the entire series. Really, he's wound his head in a little bit, not trying his extravagant shots too early.
Well, his shot selection has been so much better, I think, in this match. A couple of flaps at pulls aside, which have landed short of the players, but if he's waited until he's found a ball to go after. When he's gone after it, it's gone.
Like
and that's
that.
driven, and that's a lovely shot. There's this despairing dive by short cover. That ball is ambling away, and it's just going to beat Travis Head to the boundary for a lovely boundary through the covers.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
And the more you look at it, that's driven on the up. That's a lovely shot.
He didn't try to hit it too hard, did he? I mean, it's a lot of that was timing. He just sort of pushed through the line of the ball.
I mean, he's got a lot of power, but he's also got a lot of finesse in his shots. And that's more power. That's a lovely shot. Not really timed. It might just stop short of the boundary.
No,
but
it's going to make it.
But yeah, it's another one over the top of mid-off.
It's 50.
One
Well
bounce for 4.
batted. Well batted.
Yeah.
I was slating him in the last test. Although I have to admit, I didn't realise how hard it was to keep. I didn't think about
Well, it's
it.
hot
actually.
and humid and horrible.
No, with the orange ball as well, actually. Apparently, it's just not easy at sea.
Anyway, he's got to 50. We should give him a
Pink ball.
jingle, and we'll give him this jingle.
Don't stop just because you got
Absolutely.
to 50. Don't stop, treat it as a start. You can use this to get a better score. The first 50's done. The first 50's done. Ooh, don't look back.
Well done, James Smith. 52 off
He was 2 off 30.
80
wasn't
balls. Yes, and so he's certainly been getting on with it today.
He's been going at a
after
run of
being
balls
very
today.
defensive last night. Here comes Stark, and that is defended into the leg side, up to mid-on, and there is no run. And there's more words, I think, coming from the umpire with Mitchell Stark.
No, I think it was more Mitchell looking down at the wicket at his feet.
I think he's asking the umpire, "Is that okay, ump? How good? How close was I?" Looking at the umpire and Mitchell Stark having a conversation now, it's like, no, don't you do that.
Yeah.
And needless to say, Labuschagne is angling towards them just to see if he can get involved.
As Netting Men on is a good head and a bit shorter than Mitchell Stark, and that's short and hooked. Is there anybody down there? No, but it's not reached him. And Bolland is in, picks the ball up quickly and flashes the ball to Carey in an instant. Great throw from Bolland. Just a single there from Jacks.
We were being asked how many overs do we expect to be bowled today. What have they had? Well, there's 70 overs supposed to be remaining. And we started on 63, 73. So we've nearly had a 20.
Well, it's supposed to be 90 overs in a
Supposed to be
day.
90.
And they started on 68, so they've had 14 so far and lost a little bit of play. But they should be able to catch that up because last hour is the final day, isn't it? So it's a bit of a
That's
weird
on the legs of Smith. That's not a place to bowl to him. That's just been lovingly caressed through square leg mid wicket for 4.
I mean, the last hour's a funny one, isn't it? You get an hour or 20 overs, isn't it? I suppose, isn't it, in the last hour?
It is. It's 20 overs, minimum 20 overs in an hour or an hour's play. Whichever is the greater.
Bit of love for you, Bear.
Right, thank you.
It's from Nick Vickers, not from Mead. It's from Nick Vickers. It's great to see the Bear back in action.
Well, yeah, I've been laid low, but...
And another glorious drive by Smith. He's really getting the drives out of
Wow.
And that's another one to the boundary. For the despairing head is chasing that.
England only require 150 now. They've knocked the last 50 runs off in no time whatsoever, haven't they?
I wouldn't say Australia will be panicking at all.
No, they won't be.
They will be concerned that they haven't made
They'll be a little bit
yet.
concerned, and especially they've got a new ball, haven't they? But that's what I mean. If England can last 20 overs without losing a wicket, the runs will be well below 100 probably
And
by
they'll
then.
be coming quickly if they're coming at the rate they're coming in at the moment.
The ball will be getting older.
And
he's just giving it away. Fucking hell, you
That's
fucking idiot.
Yep, and that is Jamie Smith having a complete brain fade. He's just gone too big, too quickly against Mitchell Starc.
That's
and it's gone straight up in the air, and Cummins has pounced that comfortably at mid-wicket.
Why?
And that's an absolute waste of a wicket when he was going so well.
Didn't need to.
And I think we're going to have this one for that.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
Mistimed it, didn't he? Mistimed it horribly.
On your bike, mate.
He was trying. He thought he could clear Cummins, and he couldn't.
Well,
And that's the thing is his problem. It looks all great when he times everything to perfection, but it just takes one mishit shot.
Of course it does.
And the way he plays the shots, they go straight up in the air, and it's an easy catch for somebody generally.
Exactly.
Oh well, that's the crucial breakthrough that
required.
Australia required with the new ball, and I did worry that it might be the case that they only require to get one of these two out, one of the two set overnight batsmen out, and then it would go bang, bang, bang.
Yeah.
Anyway, we have a new batsman. It's going to be this man who can hold a bat, but he's not shown much evidence of it in the series so far. It is Brighton Cars.
Stick your hopes of victory up to Brighton Cast. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half mast. When the Brighton comes a-calling, all your fears will be falling. Stick it all right up your Brighton Cast.
And of course, we now have a fired up Mitchell Starc.
Exactly.
Who is scenting blood.
Yeah.
And he's got a fresh, brand new cherry in his hand.
That's what I mean. That's the stupidity of it. All you got to do, to a certain degree, your job is now to wear out a new ball, right?
Yeah. Job 1, survive till the new ball. Job 2,
hit
survive beyond the new ball for 20
hit 2
overs.
fours, just pull it back a bit.
And I think Cast withdraws the bat, shall we say, inside the line as it snakes away to Carey. And that is the end of that over. A wicket in Stark's over. He went for 9, but he's got a crucial wicket. And Australia one step closer to retaining the Ashes.
I mean, where was he trying to hoik that from out? It's not particularly short, and it's outside his off stump.
It was very poor. Beer battered gummy shark. Why do we have an old spinner riding the boundary, risking hamstrings? We have young guys for that. If England do chase this, says Amit him.
Big if now.
If England does chase it, it'll be the biggest embarrassment for US. Well, for Oz, not US. It'll be the biggest run chase in successful run chase in Test history.
Yeah.
That's what it would be. That's
It's
the
been
scale of
22 years since the last one, I think.
Yeah.
Cummins in to Jacks, who's now the senior batsman. And that is
As I did
just
point
knocked
out
into the offside.
on the chat last night before lunch, India scored 435 in the fourth innings at Adelaide. Not to win the game though, but that was in 1976.
There's been plenty of scores higher than 418, but they've not been to win the match.
But they've not been successful to win. No.
There's been 450 in defeat, 450 chasing 490 for a draw. There's been 654 in the timeless test.
Yeah.
That is wide of off stump by Cummins, and Jacks is not interested in that at the moment. He's just interested in making sure he doesn't follow Smith back to the hutch and give further succour to the Australians.
Highest run chase at Adelaide was, you've got to go back a long way. You've got to go back to 1902 in Australia, chased down 315 for 6 against England in 1902.
Captain Cummins coming in at the ball that attacks the stumps. That's nicely flicked off his feet, and they quickly scamper through for 2. That's good running by Cars to and Jacks to get 2 there.
Clem Hill made 97 in that game. Runs also for Hugh Trumbull, Joseph Darling.
I think Joseph Darling would be only called Joseph Darling by his mum. Wasn't he Joe Darling to everybody else?
He might well have been. I can only think of Blackadder. Yes, darling.
And short rising and played very neatly by Jacks to into the vacant area at mid-wicket. Bear will be fuming.
Aye.
And gets to the other end, makes Cars take the strike for 2 balls, and it now comes down to have a chat and encouragement to him. No, don't be a fool, mate.
Well, he's got first class ton, hasn't he?
He has.
Cars.
He's a good striker of the ball, but probably the question is whether or not the defence is up to it over a protracted period of time.
Well, clearly it's good enough to score 100, but I mean the question is it against a new ball against Pat
And
Cummins
here comes
in
all the
Australia.
gear and to Travis Head to come in and make apposite comments at short leg.
I mean, poor little Travis. He's made that magnificent, what was it, 170? He's having to bowl as well, and just for good measure, is the helmet and go and field under the lid lad as well.
He doesn't mind, he's a tough Aussie.
And short and rising by Cummins. Cars managed to get the ball down into the offside, probably more by luck than judgment.
Yeah.
It was somewhat ungainly, but it was effective.
We also do rather appear to be going into this next half
Yes,
hour.
I think we're now
In which case we
into
might
the
do a
overtime
change.
period.
Let's just check at the end of this over. If they go on to another over after this, if Messers is nearby, he needs to, I think, stand ready.
Oh, and that's flipped up. And is there anybody there?
No.
There's nobody there. Cars has got away with that. That's a miscue by Cars and a miscalculation by Cummins, who probably should have had a man at mid-wicket. That would have been straight down his throat.
Yep, it certainly would.
That's the end of the over.
Bear, practical question then.
Uh-huh.
Are you wishing to stay on, given that they're just a half chance still for England? In which case, come lunchtime, I'll juggle the
Not
rota.
really. I'm still not fully fit.
Okay. Well, that's not a problem then.
It looks like we're going on, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It
I'll
does.
stay until lunch.
Okay. You're going to stay until lunch.
Do you want to stay on air or do you want to stay in the studio?
I might as well stay on air.
In which
Well,
case,
why don't you? Do you want to stay summarising? I'm supposed to be doing some ball by ball in that case, but we could take over with Messers. And
yeah. In
Yeah,
which
cool.
case, do you want
Jason
me
can
to?
have a blow.
Yeah, go and change the picture and I'll come and sit over there.
Well, 289.47.
Pass me another
Better
beer
than
as well.
better than England could have hoped. But crucially, the loss of that wicket. 2 slips go down. Stark comes in. That's a wild swing from Cars. Wry smile from Stark as it thumps its way through into the excellent wicketkeeper's gloves, who's been superb for Australia, has Alex Carey.
Yeah, who's going to be man of the match?
Whoa, I'd still probably say Head, particularly if he picks up is able to pick up some crucial wickets. But at the moment, it's Mitchell Starc. Even more frustrating is to lose that wicket in a stupid way after it looks like Nathan Lyon's going to be out of action. Smith will be kicking himself. Starc in, cast waits, dabs this into the offside, soundly enough. Again, there is no run.
Yeah, that was stupid by Smith.
Messers, you sort of go back up.
There's a lot of messages on YouTube saying exactly that.
Dumb, just fucking dumb, man.
Is it safe to say if the Poms win, it's
Mog
the
wants
most
to know
unlikely
if he
win?
actually sent you a new cast jingle, Bear.
Who?
Mog.
He did. I've asked every game so far, every test so far, I've asked, have we loaded up the new cast jingle?
Well, you know what? If you learn how to do it, Tone, it's very simple.
Starc is going to be in and slashed at by Cass, who is wondering, A, why did he play such a wild shot, and B, where is my new jingle? I suspect uppermost of those two thoughts would be the shot he just played, but he's going to have to put that behind him because he's got a real job to do here. Jacks and Smith, up until 2 overs ago, had really looked not untroubled. They had the benefit of a rain delay, but they'd looked very solid until Jamie Smith had got to 60. He tried to haul Mitchell Starc away over deep mid-wicket, and he couldn't clear Pat Cummins, and I'm afraid he went for 60. That's through. That looks a big shout from Starc.
Too
no,
high.
says Nitin Menon. Too high. Came off the pad then, I think. Khawaja, I will say chasing it, but you wouldn't back him in a race against a snail, really, would you? The way he was tiptoeing after that.
Yeah, umpire saying hi.
Yeah, I think it was on. It did look pretty
Yeah,
high.
it's a new ball. It should be reasonably high, you'd have thought. Which gives me a chance to play this. Hold on. Who am I going to get rid of?
I've got that clipping the top of the stumps.
That's high. It's well high. It's hit the top of the
Yeah, that-
flap, and he's
Yeah.
quite a long way forward.
No,
And he's a big
you're
man.
right.
And he's a big man. Let's have a look. It
Yeah,
is missing by
Couple
3-4
of at
inches.
least. Yeah.
Well done, Nitin Menon. You can happily signal the acknowledgement of his own sharp eyes, whilst at the same time saying to Messrs, "You what?"
Let's have a listen to some new Brian Carson. Let's see if Mog's jingles are just really slow now.
He's called Brian Cars, he tries to bowl really fast. Don't expect art, but he'll put you on your ass. Brian Cars, Brian Cars.
No, that one's not really slow. I don't know what's going on with your jingles for. I like that,
Adelaide.
actually.
Yes,
it is good.
Gary Newman, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Right, Mitchell Starc, 2 slips in the gully, in he comes, driven away through cover. That is going to be 4 runs for Bryden Cass.
That was a lovely shot.
It's a beautiful shot, not a lot of footwork, but very effective.
Got right across to the ball.
1, 2, 3, 4.
No, not much of a flourish of a shot. It's just a push, wasn't it? Really used the pace of the ball, timed it nicely.
England have, of course, averted the fastest ever, or fastest Ashes defeat since 1902, I think. in a
Well, they could
series.
equal it still.
This one's driven away. Is it going to beat? It's Travis Head again, who's a busy lad. He's having to run back to the extra cover boundary. They will come back for 3.
2.
Oh, only 2. Nonetheless, it means it's been 8 off this over. It's 7 off 9 for Cass. It's 297 for 7 England, and they need 138. And Smith, how frustrating is that when you can see
Exactly.
suddenly it was in sight and then it just
All he had to do
So
was
much
fucking
harder.
keep his head and not play a stupid shot.
Messers.
Yeah, well, as Beer Battered Gummy Shark says, the Barmy Army just set a new Guinness World Record for the most simultaneous face palms.
I wouldn't surprise me, exactly. A massive groan went out at that point, I'd have thought. For the Barmy Army.
Jake Hammond, football watching watch along, says, what was Jamie Smith doing? I could see him getting close to 100.
Exactly right. Paceman Pat, Aussie captain, in he comes. Wide of the off stump, through it goes to Alex Carey, and there was no run. Crowd is down today. What did I hear? It was about $30 a ticket to
Yes,
get in.
yeah.
But that
It used to be a gold coin donation, but they've decided to cash in.
Well, that upper level of the Riverbank stand, which has been full for the first of the 4 days, is conspicuously unpopulated today. Perhaps everyone thinking it was a foregone conclusion. They may, of course, still be right.
Music
Cummins
Cat's
in,
King
over the
also...
wicket, up onto his
sorry.
toes goes Jax. Steers out to point. We take a single. We can't be worrying about protecting Bryden Cast. It's going to be a long old
protection.
chase. Yeah, so he's not. He's got to trust Cast to do his job. Of course he can. We know he can. 298 for 7.
Yeah, Music Cat's King also pointed out that public transport on Adelaide on a Sunday is a bit of a shit show, so it was sort of too much trouble to go in for a short session.
Well, yeah, they may live to regret it. They may not. Cummins in. Oh, what a ball that was. That just popped a little bit up on Cast, but he somehow got it down, rolled it towards point. Cameron Greenfields. And
Okay.
get another single.
Bryden
We have a
Cast.
super chat.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hooray.
Give us it.
So it's from Rubate4126, who's come up with a new collective noun. It says a groin of ancient cricket archaeologists. Are we the ancient cricket archaeologists?
Yeah. Are we a groin? I was just going to point out Bryden Cast's first-class batting record.
We'll
He
wait till
has...
after this ball because Cummins is in. It's speared away down leg. Carey tumbles to his left. There's no run, and we can find out all about Bryden Cast's first-class batting.
60 matches, 84 innings, 18 not-outs, 1,870 runs, high score of 108, average 28.33, strike rate 58.41. He scored 200 and 6 50s. So he's no mug with a bat.
Well, he's going to need to be slightly above no mug class to help to steer England to what would be a phenomenal achievement were they to get there. That is a little involuntary twitch from Jax to one that just swung away.
Good ball.
299 for 7 on the cusp of 300, but they're not there to that yet. Jax again, he might well have a look at that. Let's have a look at the footwork. There wasn't any. Just stood there, and the ball did swing away. Sharp intake of breath from Carey.
Little
Just pitch didn't really move that.
It was a wobble seam. It doesn't have to move extravagantly in Australia, does it? Though it just needs to nibble enough to catch the edge. A little bit. In comes Cummins again. This is pulled. Where's it been pulled to? It's been pulled to backward square, and it's going over the boundary now. The cameraman had no clue, which made it very difficult for us. I thought he'd been
caught. But
caught.
It's 4 more for Jackson. It's the 300 up for England.
2 + 2 is our man.
Top edge.
It was. I wonder the cameraman was confused because it actually went down to fine leg.
Very fine.
I was looking at backward square where I thought it had gone because that's where I think he was hoping it went. But doesn't matter. Doesn't matter for England at this stage. They'll take them. They will take them. Messers.
Richard Dunrubo says, what should Jax do now, guys? To which Frank Rockefeller says Jax should play his aces. Kyriakos says tickets cost $30 specifically because of the Barmy Army. They power the Australian cricket economy.
Well, 40,000.
They certainly brought a lot of money over here.
Yeah, I'm sure they have. So
Steel 98.
Stop giving us so much shit.
Mitchell Stark.
Bow down at the feet of the Barmy Army.
Mitchell Stark bowling to Bryden Cast. He's on 8. dare one say, a reasonably competent-looking 8, but he's got the firing Stark, and he's steered that beautifully away through cover. Is it going to beat the man down there? Yes, it is. It's 4 more for England. That target comes down by 4. Even I'm starting to. We did have a exchange earlier on our. I can't remember if it was on our general chat group.
No, it's between me and you, Tone.
Bear was chastising me, saying, "You need to believe, Tone. You need to believe." And I said, "I do believe that we'll be all out by lunchtime." But
yeah, no, I said to you, didn't I? I said I can only stay till lunch. It's all right. I'll leave the glory to Hector and Jace to steer Jax and Smith through to their tons as England waltz to victory.
Well, you can get 10-1 at Betfair on England at the moment.
Is that all? Fucking hell, that's a bit short, isn't it? Considering.
I did see a question on the YouTube feed. It was from Dan De Castro. It was still, I think it was from Dan De Castro. Along the lines of, were England to pull this off, where would it rank? Let's hold that thought.
Right up.
And he's pulled out again. That's twice Mitchell Stark has looked to come in.
Has he got his niggle?
I don't know if it's his niggle. I think it might be more he's concerned about where his feet are landing, and
it could be the wind.
He's
actually
struggling with his run up. There is also quite breezy.
Very windy. It's a glorious looking stadium.
Breezy and cloudy. No, breezy and cloudy. I told you I've been drinking. Breezy and cloudy.
Is that what your?
Is that what you are?
Yeah, exactly. Is that what your drinks look like? Yeah.
Well, breezy and cloudy. Stark, he does get this one right this time, but that's well defended by Stark. Out towards
Cast even.
Cast, yeah, out towards, who was it? Either
cover, probably Inglis.
It's either Inglis or
Head's probably a mid off, isn't it?
The other little short fella. It's not Travis Head.
Weatherald.
Weatherald, yes. Who seem interchangeable to me.
Well, no. I have noticed that Inglis has had a shave for this test.
Has he?
Yeah, so he's clean shaven for this test.
Ah, okay. Well, that's still quite hard to tell from a distance.
Didn't help with his batting, it has to be said.
Mitchell Stark, in he comes. Big, high bat loft to leave that by Cass. So well played him. A boundary and 2 dot balls in this over. 307 for 7. Remember the target, 435. So yeah, I mean, if you did have to think to answer that question, I mean, I suppose if you think Ashes, certainly in my lifetime, but possibly generally, you'd have to be looking at the 2 Headingley as being perhaps the most extraordinary England chases.
Yes.
2019, of course, powered by Ben Stokes. 1981, that's cut. Backward a point. Kawaja is at deep backwards point. And
seems a bit risky for a single, that one.
A single? Or I think, A, I'm not quite sure how rocket-like Kawaja's arm is, and B, it was right down on that.
Yeah, but it's
point boundary. It was safe enough.
Yeah, but it's not that. It's why are you playing a very full ball that wide of your stumps? And I'd just leave that one, to be honest.
Certainly, there's plenty of billow in the Aussie flag that we're seeing. We're seeing plenty of cloud. We have had some rain this morning and a rain delay, which is why we think we are enjoying an extra half hour, although I have to say it's very tense. Stark in. That's a swing from Jax. Bit loose. That's the one you just want England to put away. They could get there without trying that.
Yeah. But I mean, it's easier said than done, isn't it, though? I mean, I think, how long do you get to choose what shot you're playing? I mean, you see it, you decide to make the shot.
Hit ball. But there it is. It's the.
I mean, I guess that's the one thing we do forget as commentators. It's just like, why do you play that shot? Well, you committed to it in your brain as soon as it left the guy's hands.
The throwing the ball. It's the throwing the bat at the ball without really the. It's not letting the ball come onto the bat and getting in line. It's the leaving the feet where they are and throwing the bat at it. This is so exasperating. That's down leg. Big shout from Stark. To me, that definitely looked like it was going down leg. It's fielded.
Pitched miles outside
backward
leg.
Square, and it looked to me like it had nothing going for it, and I think Mitchell Stark agrees. 308 for 7. Australia, of course, require 3 wickets, but England are reducing that deficit all the time. and we can go to some messages from Messrs.
So Mystery Man 480 says England averaged 62 for the last 3 wickets combined, and they now need 128. Less than that now. 127 it is. Not a massive difference. Quite a significant difference, I suggest. Kiriakal says if England win this, it'll be their greatest ever win moment in Test cricket in my lifetime. Well, you were alive for Headingley, surely. I think it'd be hard to beat that.
Well, hang on. How do you know the person there was alive for Headingley?
Well, because it was only fucking 6 years ago. If he's writing text on YouTube.
Which Headingley? Which Headingley? I thought 81. Not
unless he's unless he's a savant as a baby.
Yes, but he didn't specify which Headingley, did he?
Well, we all know what Headingley
There's a
meant.
lot. No, there's a lot of assumption there. You're assuming he meant 2019 when he could well have meant 1981.
Mog
were extraordinary in their own way.
Mog is standing in for the pawn bot. He says, "Billow in the flag" sounds like a euphemism for getting an erection.
Well, possibly.
Ah, look, we have a change of bowling.
Right, well, we're going to see a man who has tormented
this man
on a regular basis.
Here comes Scotty Boland.
It is indeed Scott Boland.
Interestingly, Kiriakal had just messaged, "I have a feeling Boland could be the key with his nagging accuracy."
Well, let's see. And that was kept very low. Crikey. It was left, I think, by...
No, he played at that.
Definitely. Let's see it again.
Prodded at it.
How proddy was his prodding?
Very proddy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it was quite proddy. It was quite a proddy prod.
It didn't it bounced before it got through to
it did bounce
Carey,
though. Carey, you're right. You're struggling to... He's been absolutely magnificent this series. We've lauded him. He's made a ton on his home ground. He's more than once been in the naughty boy books, at least as far as Mother Cricket is concerned. And we keep forgetting his name, poor lad. There is Alex Carey, who takes that.
You
and
do.
I think we can agree, Bear.
Yes, I was going to say you do.
I haven't forgotten his name.
Maybe I'll remember it tomorrow when
maybe your senior moments are taking overtone.
So less sober moments, I think we could say that. I think there might be a combination. The less sober moments are compounded by the seniority. At least I didn't say, "Oh, look, a wicket," given that we're obviously watching a replay. No, I wouldn't do that ever.
Never.
Boland, I quite like his run up. It's quite smooth and rhythmic. It's just because he himself is a barrely chap that it looks a bit lumbering.
Apparently his nickname's Barrel.
Cover.
I didn't realise that. My nickname when I was a kid was Barrel.
My dad's nickname was Barrel, and it was justified by his girth.
Mine was the same thing.
Justifying girth just sounds dodgy to me.
Depends where your mind's at, Tone. Depends where your mind's at.
Well, my mind had gone to the bottom of the barrel until you said
yeah, clearly.
You were called Barrel, and I thought that's somewhere I do not want my mind to go.
Somewhere in the gutter.
That's well defended by Cass into the offside. Solid. Very solid. 308 4-7. Oh, the cat. Even the cat's looking at me and go, "You didn't really just say that, did you?" I'm sorry, darling. She's in position, cricket watching position A, on the stool right next to me, eyes focused, laser-like.
On the ball. Do they follow the ball?
She does on the telly, absolutely. They're both quite nifty with a ball.
Do they paw at it? Meow.
They do.
When it goes off to the
We have a tray of like little ping pong balls and various other things which we keep on the table, and they jump up and dab them out when they feel like a game, and then play football with them around the lounge. Boland, in he comes, or Boland, rawhide, driven back to him by Bryden Cass. He's got himself onto 13. He's had a couple of little dabbles and wayward twitches outside of his off stump, but by and large, he's been pretty solid. And after that, well, I won't say shameful because he got to 60, and let's face it, that's a lot better than anywhere else.
It was just such a shit way to get out, having got to 60.
Wrong time.
Absolutely. I mean, you've got to 60, you're starting to look good. I mean, you kind of get it. You're now in the groove, you play, but you've got to cut out the riskier shots.
308 for 7. Boland in. That's very wide, and Cast quite rightly says, nope, I'm not ducketing that one. Thank you very much. I'm going to let it go through. It's a maiden over for Boland. It's 308 for 7, England. And Australia still need those 3 wickets.
Nick Vickers says, let's be honest, England fans, we'd have taken this day 5 situation at the start of the test.
Well, a few less. I mean, let's be honest. That yesterday morning, when Australia came out and they were 320 ahead or whatever it was, with only 4 wickets down, I was thinking, "Fuck, we're going to be chasing 500. We're going to be out of this. There's going to be no time, even if we wanted to." And then by lunch, we bowled them out, and we needed 420 on. And you thought, well, yeah, we're not likely to get 420, but you know what? We got 5 sessions.
Did we bowl very well, though, or were Australia just thinking we want to accelerate?
I think it was a bit of both, but I
we
think
have
there were
so
some
many
really good
runs ahead.
wickets. And once they got through Head and... I mean, the thing was, you didn't think Head and Carey were going to get out, and then they both got out, and then you suddenly thought, oh, I like everything. Then there was an end open.
Paceman Pat Cummins.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a terrific ball. It gets...
I'm surprised it didn't appeal for that. Unless there was an inside
might
edge.
have got some bottom edge on it. Yeah, but it really got Jackson a tangle. He was looking to work it to leg, and he really presented 2 full pads in the process. What's this?
Oh no, it was high.
No,
very
it
high.
got him in the box.
We have confirmation. DeBaldi One Tube says Lyon hamstring is confirmed.
Oh wow, well, that's him out for the series.
Yes, I'd say so.
Which potentially makes it even more annoying. Smith getting out pretty much as soon as
Well,
Lyon had done
oh
that.
Jesus
Oh,
Christ!
that's a good ball. That is a good ball. That did. Jax again seemed to get himself right outside the line of off stump, looking to work it to leg.
Yeah, it's a shit shot.
And his trigger movement is very pronounced.
Yeah,
It was
really
probably
no need to.
stump line.
See, this is the point. It's like they haven't scored many runs for 2 overs, and suddenly they're looking to force a run. It's just like, okay, we haven't scored a run for 2 overs. We're going off for lunch at the end of this over and away over afterwards, and we've still got 2 sessions left to score 120 runs. And why do you need to force it, Will? You don't need to force it. Just play normally.
He's on. I think we could say he played down one line and was happy to watch the ball by there.
His head's just a little bit scrambled.
A ball he didn't need to play out at all.
Yeah, exactly. A ball that didn't need to be playing at.
It's 3 dot balls for Cummins this over. There is, we think, lunch looming. We've had the
play inside the the box of your wicket now. And if it's outside that box, let it go.
Means I'm on again. Anyway, it was a big Jason, Tony, and me, Billy and me after lunch. That one is definitely a good high-shouldered leave by Will Jacks.
I think there will be an over after this.
You think one more over?
Well, unless he can scramble out 2 minutes, exactly.
Barmy Army's getting their voices back. I suspect they might well have lost them for a bit after Jamie Smith hoiked Mitchell Stark into the hands, the grateful, gleeful hands of Pat Cummins. But since then, Brian Cast has come in. He's dropped anchor reasonably well. He's got the scoreboard ticking when he's needed to as well. That's tickled away around the corner by Jacks. Surely they will take the single. We've said he's not going to be protecting Bryden Cast. He's got to let Cast do his work. It's 309 for 7. 126 the target. Get it up to under 100. Psychologically, it's a very different game again.
Yeah, totally.
We can see Donald Trump there, look, in the Barmy Army crowd.
Surprised someone hasn't battered him over the head.
Well, exactly. I'm sure he's there wearing it in jest. That's left by Cast. Didn't it back a little bit? It was a good leave.
Still a dangerous game, though.
Cummins over.
Wearing a Donald Trump outfit.
Well, no, it's 309 for 7. Messers.
Mayank is having a fever dream. He says if England won this and Lyon is out, and it turns out Stark is sore on his left side, could England possibly win the 4th and 5th tests and steal the series Seal the ashes from the jaws of obliteration.
Well, that would be. I mean, it would be. It'd be hilarious if. I mean, look, we've all sat
Very
here
bad.
and thought if England put up a fight, all well and good. But if they suddenly did manage to win this, it literally would have been clutching victory from the jaws of defeat.
Yes. Yeah.
That's left. Bolland back into the attack. Jack's happy to leave it.
Baz will be going on about Bazball, and it's all in the fucking mind.
I ignore everything he says now. He's just waste of space.
Well, he's not fronted up too often. Since I think we practiced too
full of
much
bullshit.
comment, he's been really quite quiet.
Yeah, he
And
has.
he's tended to send Jeetan Patel out to take the flak, which I think is a little harsh on poor
Well, he
old
did come
Jeetan
out at the end
Patel.
of Perth, didn't he?
Not the world's greatest orator. Boland in.
Oh, that one
Well,
went.
that dies horribly. Did sort of swing back in a little bit to Will Jacks. And Alex Carey ended up tumbling to his left to one that really died on its arse the second it was past the bat.
Jagged back a fair way and then swung, didn't it?
No, it's probably the swing. It didn't die quite as much as I perhaps thought it had. 309 for 7, a cloudier day in Adelaide than the bakingly hot, clear blue sky days where we're up to about 40 degrees. Must
It's
be a
currently
little bit more
20.5.
Pleasant all round for batting and bowling. It's drilled straight to mid-off by Will Jacks. Again, no run. Labuschagne as ever in his floppy hat.
I mean, what England have got
constant-
to think here is that if they are going to win this game, and they believe that they can, they're not going to win it in the next 15 overs. But they could quite easily lose it in the next 15 overs.
Wise words indeed. You're bang on. You are bang on. And in he comes, the barrel. Forward comes Jacks, gets a meaty bit of bat right next to his front foot. Steers it to Cummins, who's there again into mid-on, which is where he was. A bit further back when he took the Jamie Smith catch. And he's fielding a little bit further forward at mid-on for Will Jacks. 309 for 7.
He's going to stand up. Is he going to stand? Yeah, he's going to stand up to the stumps.
He is standing up. Is Alex Carey. So he's got a lid to pop on. I was quite surprised by Alex Carey's voice.
Yeah, it's very
I
annoying.
thought he'd be sort of, all right, mate. Yeah, you know what I mean. And he's really sort of up here.
Yeah, exactly. It's really annoying.
I mean, very, very likable. He's
Well,
very
except for
chap,
yeah,
except
I'm
when
not.
he's admitting.
I'm not a walker.
Yeah.
Well,
Clearly
obviously.
Who is?
Boland in. That's well defended by Jacks. I'm going to celebrate every stout, solid defence as they come along.
I don't think anybody's a walker these days.
No, there aren't that many, to be fair. And it just helps that the fucking technology works, doesn't it? Really, it's really
yes,
irritating.
If England lose, they cannot be looking at Snicko.
Well,
even if they lose by 34 runs or less, which, let's face it, at the moment is not.
I would be seriously looking at.
the question,
I
is it?
would be seriously looking at Snicker if I was losing by 34 runs. I'd be very annoyed.
Boland in. Oh, that is defended. Goes down onto his knees in doing it, does Jackson.
That should be lunch.
Ugly looking shot. That will be lunch on day 5 of this third Ashes test at Adelaide. And England have been fighting backs with solid resistance, bar one brain fade moment from Jamie Smith. They started the day on 207 for 6. They've moved on to 309. So they've added 102 for the loss of just the 1 wicket. The new ball was taken by Australia. The 1 wicket to fall. They've lost Australia. This is probably as much news as anything else. They appear to have lost potentially for the series a hamstrung, quite literally, Nathan Lyon. But no sooner had they lost the hamstrung Nathan Lyon that the 1 wicket with Jamie Smith on 60, he looked to haul Mitchell Starc high over mid-on, and it didn't get it high enough. It didn't time it right. Up went Cummins' hands, and that has cost the 1 wicket to fall. Smith will be kicking himself. But since then, Bryden Cast has come in and done a pretty solid job. He's on 13. Will Jacks is on 38, and we've had 10 overs with the new ball, which hasn't, I don't think, really looked full of
menace, but there's definitely been a little bit more movement off the pitch, a little bit more inconsistent bounce. But that's the point, isn't it? I mean, the new ball in Australia, 20 to 30 overs and it's done, and all effects are therefore, and then you've got 50 overs with it. And they had, we would have 48 overs of the rest of the ball, basically. They had 12 overs this morning, 90 overs in a day. So they won't get a new ball just before the end of the day either, which is...
Yeah. A few messages before we break. Joey Portello says, if England wins, it will be a heck of a comeback. I love this version of cricket. Such a roller coaster of emotions. Ain't that the truth?
Ain't that?
Gareth McKinnon says, Aussies will bottle it. You watch. Frank Rockefeller says of Baz, he talks a lot but says nothing. Very wise.
There's a bit of that, definitely.
Kiriak Oz says, Aussies will have a chat in the sheds during lunchtime and figure out a plan based on the current conditions. Jim McClick says, full of bullshit. He's a single-handedly turned around New Zealand cricket. He testified against Chris Cairns, who was much more famous than him, for the good of the sport. He's a legend. He's a legend in New Zealand cricket. I think he's damaging England cricket, to be totally honest.
I'm not sure he's damaged it. He's not damaged it. I mean, there are some good things he's done. I mean, he's put belief into England cricket. I mean, the perennial problem with English cricket has always been, it's the stiff upper lip, the bollocks that comes with being English, apologetically losing and, that whole thing. Never having the self-belief, always, the Hendo view, the pessimism, etc., always, when you're in a bad position, there's no way out of it sort of thing. I mean, he does bring a bit of dog and if dog in a fight for that one, if you like, and optimism. And I think that's a good thing, because some of us believe like that, but, too many people, when we watch English sport, we expect us to lose.
Yeah. Couple of comments on Walkers. Dan De Castro says Gilchrist was the last Walker, although not always. And Eric Chase says Bairstow is a Walker.
Yes.
I think we should finish on that though. Thank you.
Indeed. Well, I'm not back. That's it for me. But I'm back.
Thank you for coming in, Bear.
That's lovely. It's nice to be back. I'm in for the rest of the series. So. I'll be fully raring to go by the time we get to Melbourne. And that's assuming that England are 3-0 down. You never know. Miracles might happen. I don't know if I'm going to be awake for the start of the second session. I'm absolutely knackered. So we shall see. Jason will take you through the night, though. And if he does get a victory whilst in the studio, well done, Jace. And he'll be very, very happy. And it'll all been worth it. But if you're honest, probably it's not going to happen, but hey, gotta believe. See you later.
Thanks, Bear. See you all. And the Bear will find something to play during the lunch break. We'll be back with you in about 35 minutes' time for resumption of hostilities. And Test cricket good.
Lucky for England.
Compared
we also
to
think
that
pigs might fly. Look out there,
T20
goes Stephen Smith, zooming over the roof of the Bishop and Bear.
I'm going to
shoot that motherfucker
as Dimmer
down.
Twin says, we missed you,
Right.
Bear. Indeed we
the Bear
did.
and I have got a fabulous guest for today.
Catch you later.
He's been up and down and across all parts of the country, from theatre, reviewing Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, Cinderella, Puss in Boots, you name it, he's done them all. It is, of course, our own Gary Naylor. Hey, Gary, you all right?
Yes, I'm very well. And actually, you say that. I'm going to see, I think, pretty much all of them tonight in Into the Woods, a kind of compilation musical by Stephen Sondheim. So I'll be seeing certainly Little Red Riding Hood and Jack and the Beanstalk and all of that kind of stuff. But yeah, we're here to talk about how Australia have 8-hour lunch, haven't they?
Well, indeed. That is the plot, isn't that? Oh, is that maybe that was the Three Bears? Maybe that was Goldilocks stealing food. I don't know.
Breakfast.
Ah, breakfast. That was right. Right. Okay. So, first of all, Gary, what can we get you to drink?
Oh, I'll have a pint of mid-range Castlemaine 4X, please.
Mid-range? I don't want mid-range. What's mid-range?
Mid something they call it, don't they? It's the even worse version, and the reason I'm having that is because pretty much everything coming out of Australia recently has made me sick, so why should I break the pattern?
With too much of anything could probably make you sick, but there we go. Right, well, we got loads of... we got plenty to stick our teeth into, I suppose, haven't we, guys? But Brendan McCullum thinks we practice too much. Do we? Or is it the wrong kind of prep? Let's just start with a general view of... Yeah.
Well, you go first.
What do you make of that comment?
I got some things to say on this, yeah.
Well, Brendan McCullum says we practice too much, or Brendan McCullum takes the heat off the players by making an outrageous statement, so we're all talking about what Brendan McCullum said. Looks like a classic piece of media management. He may have a slight point. I think we all know that we've probably done it ourselves, where we prepare so much that we leave our best work on the practice ground. You know, golfers talk about it and others, but it's just a media ploy. I wouldn't be bothered talking about it for more than 30 seconds myself, but I'm sure the Bear will have more than that to say. So that's my view. Bit of media management, nothing to do with reality.
Yeah, probably,
though, wasn't it?
And well, but I'm fucking sick of this tone deaf bollocks. You know, the whole media pack is like a fucking bunch of sharks with feeding frenzies. Look, we lost 2 tests, right? I don't think we were probably ever going to win the Gabba anyway. We played like fucking 3, pink ball games, 1 in England, 2 in Australia. It's the Gabba, they hardly ever lose there. And, they're prepared for it. I don't think we understand as a playing public or as watchers of the game, I think, how difficult it is to pick up the pink ball in certain conditions. And I don't think we ever get that across in the media. Everyone says it's hard, but listening to some of the things that come out afterwards and some of the interviews of Piggy Smith beforehand, I think it's a very specialised moment of the game, and I don't think England prepared for it, and we fell down in that moment. And I actually think it's probably a little bit unfair to play a pink ball test, but by the by, it's happened. We lost. Perth was
Australia play them for commercial
all the time.
reasons.
Well, exactly.
And not surprisingly, they play more than anyone else, and it does rather.
And they
suit
win
them.
more than anyone else,
Yeah,
and they play at home. With
nearly
it.
all of
Exactly. Fucking tell me something new. I mean, let's be real about this. So, okay. That's disappointing. I think there are other reasons we threw away the test. I think our bowling. I think for once we can't. I thought 330 was actually an okay score. I think we bowled like shit on day 2. That's where we lost the game. We just
too
bowled.
short when you should be pitching it up and getting the ball.
Shite bowling. Absolute shite bowling is where we lost that game on day 2. I would say.
Catching.
And catching, obviously, but that's all part and parcel of the fielding game. But I mean, the fact was that the lines and lengths were fucking useless. But there were some interesting things I read in the press yesterday, like where everyone's banging on about prep. I didn't realise that India got to fucking practice at the Gabba for the week before the test. I mean, not the Gabba, at Perth, the week before they played their first test in the Borg Gavaskar Trophy. And there was a lot of talk about prep and all this sort of shit. And the fact is that Australia didn't do anything to England. I didn't realise this. I thought it was as much to do with England not organising anything as it was actually the Australians have kind of shut us out of prepping. They gave us, where was that fucking ground? Lilac Hill, which is basically a park. The opportunity to play a day-night test in Canberra on a slow, low fucking wicket that's not going to prepare anything for the Gabba. All these kinds of things, they do kind of add up a little bit. And I don't think you can then therefore put it all down to England's prep. I noticed in the same article that they were talking about that next time there's going to be a memorandum of understanding with the Australians that they can come over and play county games and we can actually go over and play proper teams on proper grounds next time. All by the by, it's 4 years. I mean, I don't even know why they're fucking talking about it now. That's 2029 and we're in 2025. But I just find it an interesting little aside that's going on in the press. Meanwhile, they barrack the side endlessly and say you're shit. And you're 2-0 down with 3 to play. It's not the end of the world. I like to consider this England team a little bit like Rocky. where in the middle rounds where he got punched out in the first 2, put on the deck, and then you have the montage in the middle where hopefully he comes back and knocks him out at the end. I don't know if we will knock him out, but let's put it this way. If we win a test in Australia, we'd have done better than the last 2-3 test sides that went to Australia. So let's take it in. Well, exactly, but let's take a little bit of, you know, I know we were all excited and thought we have got a good team this time, and I do think we got a good team. These 2 teams faced up in England, ended up 2-2 with a moral victory for England. So, you know, at the end of the day, they are reasonably closely matched. We probably are a bit slow off the pace going in. Let's see what happens in Adelaide. If we get a result out of Adelaide, I think people's minds will change.
Yeah, just a couple of pickups from the Bears. Full on, I think we'll agree.
I was about to say you're going to need to breathe in a minute, Bear.
On that latter point, England were 2-0 down in England, came back to draw 2-2, so it can be done, albeit it's different in England. And secondly, 24 years ago, England invented a game called 2020, and the world plays it. How much of the world plays pink ball cricket? Yes, exactly.
Well, yeah, exactly that.
Well,
It's an unnecessary fulfillment. I mean, I get it that they want it for TV and all this bullshit, and they endlessly whack on about that. But the point is, you don't need to play a fucking pink ball test, do you? You should play fucking red ball test in daylight. You don't need a pink ball test in Australia. So, you know, and I think it is advantageous to the Australians. It almost gives them a freebie in a 5-test series, which is a bit unfair, but hey.
Yeah, but there wasn't a pink ball at Perth. Look, I mean...
No, but we're not talking about Perth. We're talking about 1 test in a series of 5 tests where you're basically saying they've got a massive advantage because they are so much better at it and have had loads more practice at it. So Root has a point. You know, Root scored 130 in the first innings. Well done him. But the point is that they have a better idea of how to pace their innings to get to the point where they can bowl just at the right conditions, where they can take a shitload of, you know, all these sort of shit. It's not that we didn't know how to do it, but it's just harder to actually do it when you don't have that much practice at it, right?
Okay, well, there's an awful lot to unpack there. I think it might be worth starting. So I didn't know, and it may be true, that Australia didn't offer England that practice time, and as I recall, there was actually a match going on.
Yeah, there was, but it was cleared. It was cleared for the Indians when the Indians went out there. I didn't know this until I read this article this week. But the Indians had a week of prep at Perth Optus Stadium.
My
but they got to bowl out in the middle.
So my answer to that would be, for all the money that Cricket Australia relies on its what is definitely its flagship series against England, despite the fact that they keep battering us. Television money, gate money, entertainment money, all of that stuff. If England had put their foot down and demanded more practice time, the right kind of practice in the right places, I suspect Australia would have gone, yeah, we can make that happen. So, yes, they may not have offered it, but what are we? How weak are we that we just go, oh, all right then?
Well, Tony,
all right then.
we bow down. We bow down to our own tournament called the 100. Why should the Australians be any different? Sauce for the goose, sauce for the gander. I like what you're saying. I know it brings in a lot of money and a lot of tourism, but I really think for the suits and the blazers and the people behind it, the marketing men, they prefer the easy sell, and the easy sell is the franchise cricket. So I don't think ever a test match is going to put their foot down and say we want to be prioritised, because they just won't be. For cricket fans, yes. For the people in charge, no. There's any amount of empirical evidence to show that to be true, both here and in Australia.
I mean, the Bears
Otherwise,
clearly...
we'd be playing test matches in August, of course we would.
Well, the Bears clearly thinking that all is not lost. I mean, let's face it, it isn't all is not lost. I mean,
no, all isn't lost. But I mean, you think from the press,
it may not have happened
been rumbled already.
45, was it?
Look,
54.
You know what?
That was 54, 55.
Even if we don't win, I mean, this is the point. You can only look ahead to the next match, right? If England win the next match in Adelaide, who knows?
We're all going to be feeling.
We're all going to be feeling much better, and actually the series will be 2-1 with 2 to play.
Yeah, it's a football match, and you're 2 down, and you nick a goal before half time.
Exactly.
How much better does that half time cover?
But you'd think from the press we were done and dusted, and other teams would have crumbled. I just don't think that there is more to come from this side. I think that they will get their heads down. I mean, the problem is prep, maybe not enough game time going in, and unfortunately they had to use 2 tests as maybe warm-ups, and maybe they'll get battered in Adelaide, but Adelaide seems like it'll probably be quite flat.
I think one of the differences is that this is a tour, and there hasn't been one, I think, for a little while, where there are quite long gaps between the matches. And it's,
well, we make them longer by only lasting 2 days, Gary.
Well, we do. That doesn't help. But it's also another cranking up of the kind of media cycle where the great more of content, or the great more of websites and podcasts and everything else demand more and more content. So there's been more and more time and more necessity to say more and more stuff about less and less.
Exactly.
And so we get this, and I kind of give myself, and it's relatively easy for me, I give myself a kind of sabbatical from reading some of the media, because once they've written the autopsy of the test match and they've written a piece looking forward to the next game, what are they going to write about? They've got like 6 or 7 days to fill in, where they've got editors saying, I need content, podcasters saying, oh, we've got 3 specials coming out in the next week or something. There isn't enough to talk about. And yes, I'm hearing charges of hypocrisy, because here am I on a podcast saying there are too many podcasts, but frankly, that's how I feel. And you know, the best thing to do with a lot of media in the middle of an Ashes tour is ignore it.
Exactly. I'm totally.
They've even got drones following individual players on the beach. You know.
Well, exactly. I mean, how fucking ridiculous can you be?
Did you see?
They've been sledged on the beach, haven't they?
Yeah. You know, the non-story about them turning up without helmets or something.
Helmets on their scooters. Yeah.
There were 3 players named, and the article was written by 3 journalists. So my supposition.
Yeah, they've got journalists, as I say, trailing each player.
Yeah, each player. So, you know, I mean, part of me thinks, you know, we're reaping the whirlwind here, because, you know, we demand more and more stuff, and the evidence is there, so they can read the clicks and say that, you know, this is what sells. On the other hand, you know, if you take that to its logical conclusion, we'll be back in the Colosseum with the Lions and the Christians. You know? So you've got to have a little bit of editorial control. You've got to have.
Well, I'd be backing the Christians against the Lions if it's the Lions. They've been playing in Australia.
Good. Very good. Well, I think they're playing in Zimbabwe at the moment. But you've got to have a little bit of control. But you know, that argument is lost. I sound like an old man shouting at the clouds here. That the idea that someone will say enough, no more.
You're in good company then.
As it was before. Yeah. Well, quite. And yes, I'm hearing, you know, Captain Irony on my shoulder saying, yes, you're talking about too much media in the media.
Game on. 3 darts in hand. He's holding the very darts that changed the game. Luke Littler's Generation 1 target darts, used from the moment his journey began. And for the home throwers, the brand new Omni auto scoring system. Taking care of the maths so you can focus on the magic. Wherever you are in your darts journey, the local, the league or the living room, Target Darts has the gear trusted by the world's #1. Find your setup today at targetdarts.com. Get on target.
Hi, it's Jeff here, interrupting your favourite podcast to let you know Sky Bet Super Week is getting supersized this Christmas with 10 days of huge offers across all your favourite sports, like horse racing, darts, 180, and football. Enjoy Sky Bet Super Week, supersized with offers at 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. daily. Sky Bet for the fans. December 26th to January 4th. Eligibility restrictions and further T&Cs apply. 18+, gambleaware.org.
Yeah, but this is the only thing we're doing between Tesla, Gary.
Yeah, that's fair.
But so my sort of question was, does Brendan McCullum have a point, or is the problem more deeply rooted in the structure of our game? So practice, they say they don't have time, it's fixtures. You want to, you make time. They say, and this is what, you know, or they hint, the ECB, or say more directly, that, you know, they pull players out the county game and hardly give them any county time. So you get a Bethel who's not getting sufficient practice. You get a Smith who's not getting sufficient practice. They're not playing enough red ball cricket. It's there to be played, but less of it and at the wrong times to be competitive when you go on to somewhere like Australia. I mean, are we giving our players enough chance? And then they'll take someone like a Bashir and go, he'll never do any very well in county cricket because the wickets aren't right, because we're playing at the wrong time of year to encourage spin. So we'll take him out that system and we'll try and he can't get a game in county cricket. We'll nurture him. So you take him to Australia and don't play him.
That is a bit weird.
So, but you also, I think it's also true to a certain extent of the younger batsmen in the lineup. You know, you look at Smith, who and I don't just think it's the lights. Like, sure, they take some adapting to. But he probably shouldn't have been in if the higher order had done its job, managed the conditions, and played well enough. I do question whether the way we are managing our international game and our domestic game is weakening our chances by not sufficiently honing players in their craft. And we do have some young team players in that squad. There's a really interesting article in the Times comparing the likes of Jamie Smith with Alex Carey, who's really, you take Carey, he's really done the hard yards. You know, he's had the knocks in life. He wanted to be an Aussie rules footballer, and he twice got knocked back before he could make the highest level of that. You know, he's more in the folks mould. He's not going to necessarily come in and thrill you, but he was part of ensuring that Australia managed the timing of their innings to really bowl at England at the best time, which was a masterclass in the tempo.
Unfortunately, well, that may be
for the-
true,
for-
but
for
he
the
got
right
fucking lucky first ball. He got dropped first ball by Duckett. So, you know.
So they didn't, yeah. So personally, I think there is something in the fact that we've lent too far in our dismissiveness of the county game, and we're not giving enough players enough time to hone their skills. We're yanking them out and putting them into the toughest test series in the world without really being given the opportunity to build their craft. So we laughed at Australia to a certain extent. You know, we've got this young, vibrant Bazball ready. We're going to charge down the wicket at you squad, and your Australia are the old men. But the
wise
experienced
old
men in the conditions seem to be on top, and perhaps that also goes to a certain extent to Ben Stokes' specific question of looking around the dressing room and going, who is genuinely up for the fight. I mean, he was really interesting in that interview after Brisbane. Clearly stung, clearly, what else could he say? And he's not naming names. You never would as a captain. But his belief, if that interview is to be believed, and I don't see why not, is that yes, the talent is there, but the ability to manage the key moments. I don't know whether he counts actually catching the ball as a key moment. He probably should, but the ability to manage key moments is not. And you can probably look at Perth, and you can look at a 100-run lead for only one wicket down, and say all you've got to do now is in football it would be called game management.
Yeah.
But we didn't. And too many players do not. He feels, and he obviously knows who they are. I think he's got a punch list of who. I wouldn't want Ben Stokes coming up to me in a bar with a big smile on his face, putting his arm around me and saying, "We need to have a chat," because I don't think that chat's going to go well.
Well,
he's not going to be saying to me, "You're doing so well. You carry on, Tony."
I think one of them clearly. Clearly in his mind is Ollie Pope is one. Although I'm not sure Ollie Pope can handle it. I'm not sure I think he might be a little bit fragile in mind. But Harry Brook is another. I mean, Harry Brook is so talented as a batsman. His hand-eye coordination is fucking phenomenal. But he does play some fucking stupid shots at some fucking stupid times. And he definitely has the talent to be able to steady something in the middle order, score a big ton, and turn the game back round for England. If he sticks his fucking head on, leaves some balls outside the off stump, which he doesn't need to be throwing his hands through, gets himself in before he even tries that sort of shit. He certainly, for me, he's kind of pivotal in this England side. Root and him, and the middle order, him, Root, and Stokes himself at 3, 4, 5, and 6 are pivotal for this England side to do well, because you can lose early. It's always the case in Test cricket. You can lose early wickets to a new ball that's doing a little bit, but you have to have a middle order that's capable of pulling it back round. And we know that Labuschagne and Smith are certainly capable of it. Cameron Green, I wouldn't have so much on. Carey, I do trouble about, and Head is another one who, for me, is pivotal for Australia.
Yeah.
So
aggressive, measured aggression.
Exactly that, and
Master of it.
you can get that out of England's middle order, but they've got to stick their head down, think about it, and do the right things at the right time. And they haven't. Is to be the thing to be said.
Can I take you back to the issue of not playing?
Can I just say, it's very rare in any three-way conversation Gary struggles to get a word in. This in itself is a bit of a first you want to mark.
And I'm still struggling now. Taking you back to the point about playing cricket, I think the best way to prepare to play cricket is to play cricket, and I don't think England play enough. And I've been rolling this around in my mind for some time, and I really do think that first of all, the restructuring of the domestic English season to avoid the matches where they play a match, an evening game, white ball evening game one day, and then start the travel, and then start evening white ball, afternoon white ball game the next day. I think that is wrong. The players should not be put through that. But they clearly do not play enough cricket otherwise, particularly the England players who are scooped out of this. Now, it strikes me that we kind of many years ago made a deal, and it took a bit of getting. We know about 10-hour acts in Parliament in Victorian times and stuff like this. We made a kind of deal that a 5-day week is the kind of thing you expect to do if you want to make a living, make a career, raise a family, all of that kind of stuff. It's quite hard to do it on less than 5 days a week. Some would say it's hard to do it on 5 days a week anyway, with 2 earners. But whenever you raise the fact that the players are not playing enough, you'll have somebody coming along quoting mental health, and they'll be quoting exhaustion and all this kind of stuff. But if you want to build a career as a professional cricketer, I think it should not be unreasonable to expect to be working 5 days a week. Now, somebody else is going to come along and say, but they are working 5 days a week. There are the gym sessions, the media days, dare I say, the golf days with sponsors and stuff like that. To which I would say it doesn't look like England's cricketers in the cricket season are working 5 days a week. And if they are working 5 days a week, they're certainly not playing competitive cricket anything like 5 days a week. And I find it amazing that we look at players who are making runs, making hard, difficult runs in county cricket, playing long innings, being able to get over those moments, taking the key catches, affecting the key run-outs. And we say, well, actually, they're not the ones who are prepared to play the next level of cricket. It's that bloke sitting in the pavilion with his feet up, reading a copy of the Sporting Life. He's the one who's prepared to play international cricket. And I think, eventually we're going to have to refer to the Emperor's new clothes, because we keep being told this, and yet where are the hardened young players coming through? Because even the ones that have grown up on this regime that somehow it's better to spend a day in the gym working on your tattoos and your muscles than it is to spend a day in the middle making 174.
I don't think you go to the gym for your tattoos.
Well, you know what I mean. And it's about time we kind of called this out, because where are the young players who seem to have the right mentality? In the England team, who are the players who seem to have the right mentality? I'll tell you who they are. They were Stuart Broad, Jimmy Anderson, Joe Root, and Ben Stokes, and they grew up under an entirely different regime when I say grew up, until their mid-20s, well, early 20s, they grew up in an entirely different regime. So the empirical evidence is even when the talent is there, and Ollie Pope, when he came into the side, certainly had talent. Harry Brook, you've already mentioned. It's not. It's actually going backwards.
The structure of the game and the approach is not battle hardening.
And it's simple. We've fallen for. I'll just finish this point. We've fallen for a narrative that says that these players need protection. Now, if the players need protection, who was protecting me when I had 2 kids and was working 5 and 6 days a week? And a vast number of people will say that. Now, they may say that's a different circumstance, but it is the deal that we've done. And if having all this rest during the cricket season was preparing cricketers better for Test match cricket, you know what we would do? We would see it. And we don't see it. What we see are players going backwards when they go into the England side.
Well, some of it true, some of it not, I'd say. I mean, England's record isn't that bad over the last
No, it's not that
years.
bad. I knew you were going to say that, and I agree with you, and I say that quite often. But what I'm not seeing is players improving, and it's clear in the last couple of seasons, couple of years, that England's bowlers are going backwards.
Well,
there must be a reason for that, and one of the reasons is they don't play enough of the game.
Well, I don't think they can play county and test during the English test summer. I mean, unless there's a big break between series, which there might well be, and then they can go back and play county cricket on fine.
Well, they could if you played tests in August, you'd be playing your county, you'd be honing your county skills.
Well, it depends on when you're playing the tests. I mean, for example, if you play 3 tests in June, I don't think they should go back and play a county game in between, but they should certainly be warming up at the beginning of the season.
April and May.
Yeah. April and May, they should be playing for their county. I mean, Root does play some county cricket occasionally, doesn't he? I don't know.
They play 1 or 2 games.
But then England might be on a fucking...
Well,
yeah, but England might well be on a tour to the West Indies in fucking April or something. And then there's the IPL. Yeah, but there isn't a lot... Well, the flip side of that is, Gary, there isn't a lot of time actually when some of the people at the top end of the sport aren't playing either some fucking franchise and some god.
But there is time. There is time.
Well, there is a little bit, but not a huge amount. But the people who aren't in the squad, I agree. If you're Jacob Bethel and you're not getting picked, he should be sent back to the county. But he isn't. He's an example that everyone picks out, and it's true. He's not playing enough county.
Well, he's been mismanaged. He's been horribly mismanaged.
Well, of course he has. Everyone
when he was thrown into the most difficult of situations.
Well, the thing will be.
I don't necessarily blame him.
Well, the key question here will be if England lose this Ashes, Bazball will probably end because Baz will probably no longer be in charge. Is the fact because that's what happens at the end.
To define them.
Well, that's what happens at the end of Ashes series, isn't it? England always defines everything by the Ashes, and if we lose, which every time we have the last few times, the coaching staff and everyone at the top gets thrown. You're out. Next lot.
If we lose 3-2 from where we are by grittier, harder, more battle-ready performances, I would consider that from here quite a success, if I was honest.
I would consider it a massive. If we lost 3-2 from here, they'll be a massive success.
As long as we don't 5-0 thumping, then I tend to agree it's a.
Well, even a 4-0 thumping with some sort of draw somewhere. I mean, it would have been no better than But I mean, the point is here. I mean, if we lose 4-0 or 5-0. We can't really say that we're any worse than the last few teams that went out there. We had a different approach and it still didn't fucking work. We still can't win in Australia. So, there is something to be said for that. So,
but what do we make though of? I mean, the language from Ben Stokes was extraordinary in some ways. A dressing room that I am captain of is not a place for weak men.
Because
wanting to be in the key, letting the pressure, the occasion, the circumstances get into our decision making. We wanting to be in those moments is the start of dealing with pressure. He's saying that he feels that we can't. That there are too many players in the side that cannot take the pressure,
or let it get on top of them too quickly. And
that affects decision making.
Yeah, basically,
it affects catching. It affects so much, doesn't it?
He's basically saying I want fighters because Ben Stokes is a fucking fighter. I mean, we've all seen what he's done in the past. His body is on the line all the time, He really wants to win, and that's what he believes. And I think it's sad if he, this is his team, and he wants it to play in his image. And if he's feeling that he's being let down, I imagine that hurts him quite badly because, him and Baz have come round to this, and he believes in it. And whether we believe in it or not, certainly Stokes believes in the method. And Stokes is one of our greatest cricketers, and he wants these people to follow his lead. I mean, and I think in the second innings, for example, when he buttoned down in Brisbane, he was basically trying to say to his team, look, you can play like this and we can still get somewhere. Stick your fucking heads down and do something. And Will Jacks probably played himself into the next test.
Yeah.
And actually, the weird thing is that...
albeit against an older ball.
Well, yeah, but then...
But you can only play what's in front of you. And he played it in the right way, with the right spirit, with the right approach. So
yes, exactly. And the thing is that Shoaib then is basically, having been picked from 3 years out, is not probably going to play any tests in Australia because he'll probably stick with Will Jacks, which isn't probably a bad idea.
It was odd. I mean, you're right. There's a pile on against England. I've even heard them described as a bit unlovable, and they dispute that sort of arrogance thing. But what was really, I think, quite interesting to me this morning was I looked at the Times this morning, and there were 3 cricket articles in the Times, and they were all negative, but interestingly negative, if you know what I mean. So the first was Steve Hayden. Not Steve Hayden, it was Steve James kind of summoning Steve Hayden, who apparently, despite being a bit of a weirdo and with his ridiculous Stetson hat, has been talking quite a lot of sense on TV.
Matthew Hayden.
Do you mean Matthew Hayden?
Sorry, Matthew Hayden. I mean Matthew Hayden. Thank you, Matthew Hayden. But what he was highlighting, and this is really kind of goes right down to coaching, is that the speed with which players are dealing with throwdowns, even in training, is not giving them time to adjust and manage how to set themselves against quick bowling. So in other words, he was making a point, and I might try and find it and read it because
I've read this. Yeah, so basically what they're saying is
get the back foot. You can get your trigger movement, but then they're not moving. They're not doing the rest of it to kind of get fully in line to play the shots they want to play.
It was to do with the dog thrower, actually. Yeah,
yes, it was the dog thrower. Well, yeah.
The dog thrower doesn't allow the players to actually get movement like they did before. I think there's a bit in that. I'd certainly agree probably with a little bit of that, and they're probably throwing it from 18 yards rather than 22 and all this kind of stuff to add the pace on. But, do a bowling machine. You don't get an arm movement in a bowling machine. It's just it happens to be from 22 yards. And the fact is that these players play too much T20 cricket, and foot movement isn't everything, is it? It's.
I found his quote here. The wanger that throws the ball down at 1,000,000 miles an hour is not allowing players enough time to move their feet. When I see guys making their initial balance step, which is like, I guess, that trigger, it might be a little push across. Mine was a little step into the ball, but then they don't move a second time. Which kind of, when the number of times when there's that flash outside of off stump, where they're slightly forward, but the feet stay exactly where they are, that seems to be the dismissal that winds most people up. I mean, if you get absolutely clean bowled by a backing delivery, shit can happen. If you get a rising ball that's almost unplayable, it takes the shoulder of the bat and goes through to the keeper, shit can happen. But those wickets that we just chip back to a medium plus bowler like Michael Neser, those...
Well,
Well, we're back.
We're back, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session on day 5.
Well done, Jason. Settle yourself in. Cummins is going to open the attack to Bryden Cass, who defends on the bounce back to the Australian captain. There is no run, remember, at lunch. 309 for 7. England needing 126. They started the day in 207 for 6. Just the loss of Jamie Smith, annoyingly, frustratingly for him.
Unnecessarily.
And for England fans, but definitely unnecessarily. Jason, we're light one person.
We are.
It's supposed to be young Billy.
There was nobody to let into the green room.
We'll call him if you want to pick up the ball by ball.
I will.
Which is what you're supposed to be doing anyway, I think.
That was another single for Cars as Jax sets up and gets ready to face the next ball from Cummins, who's got 3 for 44. Starts in. There's quick short staccato strides to start and then running in further. And chops down a little bit on a ball that maybe didn't get up very much. I think that's more in the mind of Jackson than anybody else, but there's a slight hint of a suggestion that the ball didn't get up quite as much as previous balls had. But it's just dropped into the ground, back towards the bowler, and there is no run.
But once you get below 100, if England can do that with still 7 down, that would be a massive psychological advantage.
Wide and angled in, and that's clipped very neatly off his front, round his front pad, and very quickly they've scampered 2. That's good running by Jax to get back for 2, because Stark was around quickly, picked the ball up and threw in one motion, but Jax was back in time to complete the second run.
A bit of chat asking what we think of Cars as a batsman.
Potential, I think, is the right word. Another ball that's just dropped into the leg side, into a vacant mid-wicket area. Again, Bear will be slightly annoyed that there's no mid-wicket there from a bowler's point of view, and that's an easy single, therefore, for Jax to take and bring Cars on strike, who's on 14. Score moves to 313 for 7. Chipping away at this deficit.
Yeah, they are indeed.
Every run gives them just a little bit more hope and a little more questions for Pat Cummins, who bangs the ball into the deck. That's a very wild and woolly and inaccurate ball down the leg side. There is no attempt to run. In fact, that's not far off being a wide or a no ball. That's the end of the 91st over.
313 for 7. Just occupy the crease, lads. Plenty of time, says Platinum Azure. All James says, yes, live now. You can stop shining your bishop. I hope you don't mean me.
Polishing your bishop, I think.
Do they mean me? Yeah, there was the Platinum Azure. It was. It says, do we consider Cars as a can batter little all-rounder? Or are we in the tail? I think can batter little all-rounder is about right. Go Bangs 117. You guys don't like Kerry because of his voice. Sounds like sour grapes, you losers. Well, no, all we said.
I don't like Kerry because he's very competent.
We like Kerry. He's terrific. I merely said his voice was surprisingly light. Joss Butlery.
Well,
I would slightly describe his
this
voice
is a surprise. This is not the person I would have necessarily thought to open the bowling in the afternoon spell. The first ball defended out into the offside. There is no run. It's the sole remaining, well, not quite sole remaining, but the off spin of Travis Head that is being used to open up the afternoon session from this end. Ball is just dropped into the offside for the second ball of the over, and Jax takes a single. Perfectly happy to let Cars take 4 balls of Head's bowling rather than 2 balls of Patrick Cummins bowling. Here he comes again, Head. It's just dropped into the offside. they think about a single, but Kerry is out quickly to disabuse them of that notion.
Well, he's much like Will Jacks. He's been instantly now elevated to the role of frontline spinner.
Yep, and again, there's wide open spaces, and it's far too easy, I think, to take a single there from my viewpoint. No real pressure on the number 9 batsman, as he just drops the bat on the ball and just allows it to dribble out into the offside. Cricket ball, but as a response by Head, and Jacks just rocks back and punches it down the ground. Again, an easy single. This is far too easy from England's point of view, I think. They're going to walk away with 4 runs probably quite easily there, and that's just wide. And Cast steps across, makes sure it covers the line of the stumps, and let's go through. That's the end of that over. 3 off it. Not really very threatening at all to start.
Yep. 119 runs now, 316 for 7. Ghost Rider 0-1. I love that name. The Otters just keep chipping away, England. Don't force it. Lucky sixes, fingers, toes, arms, legs, and eyes all crossed. Dan De Castro. Ooh, it's jumped on me. Where were you, Dan? I alluded to this before. If the Poms win Test cricket is changed forever, no one will declare. No lead will feel safe. Very good question. All James says Josh Butler's quiet voice on his podcast. Then in the middle, get the fuck out of the way, you fucking knobhead. Yes, he has a white line character and a behind the white line character. I think.
Smiling blue-eyed assassin. Yes. As Cummins bustles in, that's defended by Jacks into the offside. Out to cover, and there is no run. 316 for 7. Requiring 119 more runs for what would be a very historic chase.
Well, it would be historic for being the highest ever successful chase in Test cricket ever.
And very unlikely chase, and
well, that's
any number of other adjectives that you could name. Jacks, bat held high. That's flicked into the leg side. They're happy to give Jacks a single and bowl at Cast. And Jacks is happy to oblige, giving full trust to Cast. And Cummins with his hands on his head, who thinks that almost got through and wrapped the pad, and that would have been a really good shout if it had done so. I still think that was probably angling a bit too much and might have just missed leg stump, but on such small margins are the difference between success and failure. And Cast has to bring his bat down rather sharply on the ball that's tailing in. Manages to do so successfully, and there is no run.
I mean,
slightly more pressure being applied by Cummins here. There's covers coming in. There's a man at mid wicket. So there are less opportunities for the batsman to get off strike with an easy shot. As Cummins runs in, shirt billowing in the wind, and that's a rock solid defence by Cast. Everything behind that. Ball head over the ball straight to ground. No run. And as we've seen, Nitin Menon losing his wide-brimmed hat, which is always a bit of a pain to manage on a day with a fair amount of breeze. Scott Bolland was very gentlemanly, went and retrieved his hat for him. Cummins attempting the Yorker, and that's gone. That's hit him right on the toe. Carty, of course, is going to review straight away, but Menon's hand was up very quickly there with the decision. Let's see if he was on the money. I'm not too happy about this one. I think that's a pretty good shout.
I think that is a pretty good shout. We've got Joffre to come, of course. We all know what he can do.
Oh,
Might
maybe
have been
not. Maybe
snaking
not.
Down leg. Might have been snaking down leg. There's definitely no bat. You don't need Snicko to see.
Well, we do need Snicko to make sure that we don't hear anything, but hearing or not hearing anything is no guarantee of being actually accurate.
I mean, we're just slightly not quite in line with the stumps with the view that we have, rather irritatingly. It's been given on field, that's the key thing, which I suspect might mean it's just grazing leg.
Yeah, umpire's call is in the fielding side's favour as a result.
Yeah. Cass is
He's
literally
pummeling his bat.
Pummeling his bat as he's running a single.
Right, here we go.
Let's have a look.
That looks like it's going to miss.
It's
And it is going to miss.
It is missing. Yeah, now it's missing by quite a bit too. Well, what do we know? What does umpire Menon know more particularly? That's not his finest moment, that's for sure.
I think he must have been discombobulated earlier in the over by losing his hat.
Messers,
anyway,
in the meantime, if Messers is listening, I think we've lost Billy to the world of sleep.
The land of
possibly
nod,
unaware of the rotor change. So Messers, if you want to jump in and join us, please do.
You called?
Called. Here he is, the voice of God. Jason may just have to change the picture.
Some pretty ordinary umpiring decisions this game.
Yep,
that was very ordinary.
Yeah, and just plopped into the offside by Cass, and that's the end of the over. You talk amongst yourself. I check to make sure that we are looking correct on the video
Do you want to
output.
pick up socials because you're just the man built for it, or shall I carry on?
No, that's fine. Mark Whelan says these two lads are doing okay. However, if they make one little mistake, the Aussies will be all over them. Cass is definitely a tail ender, and not his in froth and bubble, whatever that means. Beer Better Gummy Shark says before Snicko, can't they just first check its hitting? Yeah, it's very frustrating that sometimes. Music Cats King says clearly missed, but might just be a missing leg stump. Missed easily.
Head to continue, and the first ball is just chopped into the ground and back to head. There is no run. I'm surprised that it didn't bring on Labuschagne because he bowled quite tidily for his one over, and that's worked down very neatly to long on, Stark fields and lazily and lobs a throw back.
Labuschagne bowling has the other advantage that when he's actually bowling, he's not talking.
Yeah. And Cass sort of lunges forward and just plops the ball into the offside. There is no run. He's really
Labuschagne has got to be the most annoying person to field with, I would imagine.
And assertive play by Cass, who takes some steps down the wicket and just works it down to long on for an easy single. I still think this is far too easy, and they would be better off with someone like Bolland perhaps opening up after that lunch break. Off the back foot by Jacks, and that's just punched into the offside. And yet again, another single is taken. These runs are coming far too easily.
But it hasn't turned massively for day 5. Well, it did for Lyon, who looked threatening for all of his bowling till he's hammy.
Another single to complete the second over of Head in the afternoon session, and that is all too easy. 4 singles off it. I would not be surprised to see this experiment with Head discontinued in the next over from that end. They've had a try at two overs. Nothing seems to be happening. Change the bowling. Try something else.
Yeah. Game will 274 says game will get spicy if 3 wickets in hand and under 100 to win.
Well, that's not that far away now.
No. Oh, we got a super chat from Platinum Azure. very kindly sends us $10 US. It says daily tribute for the hardest working commentators I know. Thank you very much, Platinum Azure. That is very much appreciated.
Ooh, and that's spat up a little bit at Cast, or maybe Cast has just thrust his hands a bit low at the ball there from Cummins. Anyway, as soon as he played the shot, the hand came off the bat, lower hand, and not sure that actually hit his hand, but it was an instinctive reaction to take his hand off the bat.
Just realised I actually got the timings wrong on the rotor I sent out. Ha! That's not helpful, but I don't think that's the reason Billy.
Short and ducked by Cast, taking the sensible option to make the bowler bowl another expensive, exhaustive ball. Discretion was definitely the better part of Valla there. Didn't really get in a good position to play it, and at the last minute decided to avoidance was a sensible plan. Anyway, it's brought in short leg now as a result of that. Weatherald is the man under the lid. Cummins, oh, that's absolutely tried to cut Cast in half. He's got something on that. It's beaten the defensive.
No, he's not.
Just parried by, I think, Carey past the slips. They've chased down towards the third man boundary. They've run two. Is it 2 byes? I think it is 2 byes.
It's leg byes, I think. Yes, leg byes. It hit his thigh high up.
Yeah, good effort by Carey. He almost pouched that one-handed. Anyway, Jacks to face. Plays a fairly nondescript shot. Looked like he was going to work it to the leg side, and in the end it just plopped out into the offside as he was squared up very slightly by Cummins with the ball that went away just a touch.
David Shepherd will be hopping in heaven, 111 runs to win.
There's a lot of him to hop. If he's hopping in
There
heaven,
is.
we can probably feel it from here.
Yes, he was light on his feet for a big man. Full and driven, but with no timing really by Jacks. Out to mid-off, and there is no run. 3-2-4 for 7. Paces are somewhat down by the bowlers. 138, the fastest ball in this over by Cummins. That's only 86, 87 miles an hour.
That's about Cummins' pace, though. He's not a 140k bowler generally.
Anyway, last ball of this over. And it comes from wide of the crease, attacking the stumps. That's nicely played by Jacks down to mid-on. Completes the over, and England live to fight another day. Need 1-1-1 to win.
Musicat's King says, to be fair to the ump, it hit the leg so close after the bounce that it would have been hard to detect such a deviation. Carl Herbert says, how easy is it to score singles at low risk? And that makes Smith look like an even bigger moron, if that's possible. Beer Better Gummy Shark says, can Steve Smith come on as 12th man to help Cummins' captaincy decisions and fill in the slips?
Depends on whether or not he can stand upright and not fall over with his vertigo. Anyway, head is going to continue, and that's gone in the air. Is anybody out there? No, that's gone all the way.
Yeah, I think it has.
Wow. Certainly got a good connection on the ball,
and
some
shot.
Very good man smiling effusively in the crowd. It's a very well connected slot sweep. Does he catch it? Nope, he gets it on the rebound. But yes, 6 there. We'll jingle up that 6 in a second. Next ball is driven into the offside for no run.
don't know that it was actually that risky. He executed it so well in it. I think
There was nobody there. No,
outside
as long as
the
you got
leg.
it up and over the player, that's wide and moving in very slightly, and Carr just covers up the stumps and just knocks it into the ground. And already he's halfway through and over. Full and not really timed by Carr. So there's an opportunity there to swish the ball through the covers, but in the end he just had to take a single. But he's still there. He's on 24. Jacks is still there too. He's approaching a 50. That's another single to him as he pushes the ball into the covers to the boundary rider.
8 off the over. That's going to help.
Yeah.
Just 3 runs short of 100 now.
And last ball of the over. And again, far too easy for Carr to just drop onto the ball and take a single to the other end. And now it's down 3-3-3 for 7, England.
Indeed. Be about a gummy shark says the Poms have had 15 chances to catch it in the crowd and dropped a dolly. Where are we? Bowlers must be exhausted. Shocking they've not threatened all day, says Dan de Castro. The England bowlers have had a good talking to get these runs, says Frank Rockefeller.
We're going to have a change. It's going to be the accuracy man. It's going to be Scott Bolland to come in place of Cummins.
Yeah, I think this is the right thing. It seems a smart choice.
We're going to have Carey up to the stumps as well. That's another thing I approve of. Limiting the motion of Cars at the crease. So here comes Bolland with that distinctive run up. And the first ball is away immediately past the outside edge of Cars trying to play a back foot defence. Cars grimaces and then sort of has a little grin. And Jackson's have gone down to have a word with Cars about the agreed plan now for negating the new threat.
Yeah, it's good from Jacks. He's taking on that senior role very well here.
And that lifted a little bit, but that's well played by Cars in the end. He's managed to get the ball down to ground quickly. Into the offside, and there is no run.
Little bit in the wicket, but this has been a great cricket wicket, hasn't it?
It's been competitive all the way.
Yeah, if you put the work in, there is
something
for you to do, and something for you to extract from the wicket.
Yeah.
As Carey is chirping away behind the stumps, as all wicketkeepers are wont to do. And again, no real footwork there, but the Cars just drops the rising ball into the offside. You'll have to watch out for the fuller ball, which Bolland is sure to chuck in a minute or two. All the balls so far have been just short of a length. And rising over the stumps. Sooner or later you're going to pitch the ball up a bit further and actually attack the stumps. It's all planned to get Cars playing on the back foot. And wide and played inside the line by Cars. And
the one thing you have to say is how quick Alex Carey was.
Yeah, I mean the bails are off in a flash there.
Bails off. Carso kept his foot
absolutely rooted. Good for him for doing it.
Yes, as long as he's
So
not
well
crawling,
played, Alex.
crawled and dragged across the line. Boland again forcing Cast to play every ball. And that's defended to cover. 5 dots from this over. It's a really good start by Boland.
It's extraordinary about Carey standing up. I mean, Boland's bowling at 135 kilometres an hour, which isn't slow.
No, that's 85. It's not slow at all.
Yeah.
And this is the thing Jack Russell was rightly fated for in the 1990s. And seems to have gone out of game a little bit. Down the leg stump, and that's neatly worked. It's a fine leg going to get it? No, he's not. That's a bonus wicket for bonus runs for Cast. A little slight change of line, and Cast takes full advantage of it.
Clipped it off his hip beautifully. Under 100, 98.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
Ended the over 337 for 7.
We have a lovely super chat here from Mick Kimmins, 6186. He has sent us 50 Australian dollars. Thank you very much, Mick. He says,
that's very
thanks,
generous.
Gorillas. Love your work. How good is Test cricket? Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's just such a wonderful thing to be following. Yeah.
And as I thought, the head experiment has been concluded, and we're going to have a change of bowling. He's going to be a man that requires the use of the thumper every time he comes onto bowl, basically. I have noticed that every time Stark comes on to bowl, the man with the thumper has to come out and pound the crease where his front foot lands. And he's really getting to work on it now underneath the eyes of Mitchell Stark, whose quality is showing the work.
Cast did get 56 against India at Lords. And I think he got 33 not out against New Zealand in Christchurch when England won in by 8 wickets in, that would have been 22, wouldn't it? So he certainly can bat.
Yeah, he's got two first. I think he's got 2 first-class tons. And he's
31 in T20s.
Theoretically, we're due a change now. They were still billyless.
Yeah.
William is due on, I think.
And
there he is.
There's Will.
Hello.
Well, there's William.
So who's
All right.
making way?
Well, somebody probably needs to stay in the studio, Joseph.
Yes, I know. There's only one person in the studio, sadly, but I don't have to be on air to.
Shall I take over ball by ball? And then
go.
Messers, if you can try and message Billy or do something to get some life into him.
Yeah, I don't like our chances. I'll try giving him a call.
Nasty feeling we've lost him. Right, Mitchell Stark it is. Around the wicket he comes to Will Jacks, who defends out towards point. And there is no run. William, how are you?
Not bad, thanks. How are you?
Not bad. Not bad. Decent win for Watford today.
Oh, that's good.
Just sadly sobering up. But still in fairly chirpy form.
That's good.
This is tense stuff, though, isn't it? This is tense stuff.
It is, yeah. Under 100 runs now. So that was kind of something I was looking at after lunch. I was like, get it down to under 100 with 3 wickets left.
Is it the hope that kills? We've been here before. Yeah. Around the wicket comes Stark, edged, taken, and it's Jacks. And just as William and I were going, who knows, we're still in this. I'm afraid Mitchell Stark has done the trick. He's drawn a loose prod outside of off stump by Jacks, taken by, I think, was it Labuschagne?
Yeah.
Slip. And I'm afraid Billy might as well stay in his bed from here. Had it been Cast, you'd have said well done, but that was grabbed actually by Labuschagne in front of first slip. He decided, but he was decisive.
Yeah.
The second slip, and you're going to do that. You can't half do it. You've got to fully go for it. He did. He dived in front of first slip. He took it solidly, and I'm afraid Will Jacks has gone for 47. He's been caught by minus Labuschagne at second slip off the bowling of Mitchell Stark, and you do feel that despite Jofra Archer's heroics in the first innings, that has made England's task pretty much impossible. It was a loose drive, wasn't it? It wasn't a prod, it was another loose drive that England just can't stop themselves doing.
Just a technical note, I was able to rouse Billy. He's on his way. If you can keep an eye for him, he's coming into the waiting room, Jason, please.
Okay, well done.
Right, I'll just jiggle up the dismissal.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
No, that's the wrong one. We want this one.
I'll see this over out, probably. As Stark comes in. Oh, that climbed on Archer, who leans back. Through it goes to Carey. So 98 still needed. But crucially, 8 down now. Even more crucially, perhaps, it was the senior batsman, last of the batsmen. That's really William, wasn't it? Isn't it? Or,
yeah, I think that's the thing. If I think Castle got out, you need 98 with 2 wickets left. You're kind of thinking it's just about doable still if Will Jackson's in. But yeah, that does kind of feel like that probably will be the final nail in the coffin for England here. It'll be hard to see them getting 98, you'd think, for the last 2 wickets.
So in comes the destroyer of England hope. Mitchell Stark, that's wide and left. Taken down at ankle height by Carey. There's no run. Abashane as ever. He's a busy fellow in the field at the best of times. He's now, adrenaline is going to be coursing through him. There'll be no stopping him. Actually, I completely misled you. He was at first slip and he dived in front of Carey. Would it have
great
carried
catch.
Carey?
Fantastic grab.
Yes, I think it might just have done. But
Marnus may not have scored runs, but he's justified his place with his catching.
Yeah. I initially actually wondered if he might have parried it, but no, it went straight in.
Stark, in he comes. Cut by Jofra Archer, but there's a man at backward point. It is...
We passed him to head on the boundary.
Not quite sure. Was it head?
Yeah.
Okay, Travis, little Travis down there. He's in a bit of shadow. That's what made him quite hard to see. Yeah, it was loose from Jacks. We're seeing it again. It would have carried to Carey, I think. So Marnus, that was all or nothing, wasn't it? You're either going to be a hero, William, or you're going to be a knobhead.
Yeah, I think so. I think we've seen that with Jamie Smith as well. They're kind of, whenever England kind of getting that optimism, they seem to just lose that wicket.
Edged. But that one does drop short. And to his credit, in fact, Bryden Cast, who's now on 29, well, it was a legitimate edge, but he played it with the soft hands and it would not have carried.
Yeah.
So he dealt with that pretty well.
Again, I think even Cast is showing a bit more responsibility here, because at times I've kind of felt like he's tried to be too aggressive, but even he's kind of reined it in a bit in this innings at times.
Yeah, that's true.
Well,
we have another super chat.
It's far away.
From Jahan Ariratnam. Thank you very much, Jahan. He sent us another $5 AUD. He says, apart from Head, Khawaja and Carey, no one else has scored runs for Australia. At 168 for 8, 200 behind, England have totally turned it around, even if they lose. That's very true.
Well, I rather think they now will. Is Billy in? Is he ready to take up the cause?
No, keep going.
Oh, okay. Holland in. Hurries Archer a little bit, plays it down into the ground, no run. So if you're Jofra Archer here, William, do you try and just play every ball on its merits, or do you think your best chance is to try and take the attack and put Australia onto the back foot if you can?
I think I'd probably try and play each ball on its merit here. I think that these two have both probably shown that they can bat. So I think until Josh Tongue comes in, I don't think there's really a need to be too aggressive and trying to play as England have played all morning.
He will break your helmet, break your heart, hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart, in your face.
It was past the outside edge of Archer's bat, thumped into the gloves of Carey, who was standing up for Scott Boland.
Hey, Billy's here.
Morning, Tony. Morning, everyone.
Hello.
I'm very, very sorry. I fell asleep before Tony's changes came through. I sincerely apologise.
All right. We thought that was
You're
the case.
forgiven.
Well, do you want to pick up the story from this ball?
Boland comes in, 2 was the overbowled so far. Archer presses forward and he will get a single. They trot through for it, 3-9 for it. So England, well, they got under 100 runs to win, 96 record to win, and they've done well, you have to say. Will, Jason, they've done well, but ultimately looks like they're gonna fall to the inevitable loss.
Yep, I think so. I think you're right. I think this is one of those where I think you can kind of take these defeats as a fan a bit more easily when they've kind of shown a bit of fight, and they've, I suppose, maybe James Smith not today, but they've kind of mostly been got out more in this test.
Pass faces up. There's no run. He pushes this to mid-wicket.
Yeah, as in, I think there've been more dismissals where Australia have just been too good with the ball, and I think like they've shown a bit more adaptability at times as well. So I think obviously it's frustrating because the Ashes will have been gone, and I suppose it's not even going to be alive going into the back end of the series. But there have been more positive signs, I say, for England in this test than any of the others so far.
Totally agree. I think the play in the last 2 days has been admirable. It really has.
Pass faces up. Once more, he has a flash. Well, was that dropped? Well, it
looks like it.
Could well go for 4. Riding cars. They're focusing on Cam Green, so I have absolutely no idea, but he flew to his left and chucked out a left hand, and it has gone for 4. It was a big push at it, Bryden Cars, and it was a good effort from Cam Green. Went so quickly to him, it almost like it hit a bit of the wrist, really. He didn't have much time to react, but it does go down and trundle to the boundary, so Cars will get a 4. He's not complaining about how it came, but just that is the result.
The pimps in the crib, man. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot.
3-4-3 for 8. Boland waits at the top of his mark to cast 33. Rolling cast is on. Archer at the other end on 2. Ball's full. Oh, and he squirts this one out to point where they'll come through for a single.
It kind of still feels like one of these where almost it still feels extremely unlikely, but if this pair could get it down to 50 to win, so 41 runs, which again feels far away, it's one of those you just never know. That
Lady Hope is messing with you so badly, isn't she?
It definitely is, yeah. Definitely.
Stephen Beale says, must give it to the English batsmen. They have dug in really well so far during this innings. Yeah. I think that's exactly right. Carey is trying to do a Bairstow again, but full credit, only Folks and Russell could stand up for us to the quicks, but a lot of our batsmen stand outside the crease. It's better to stand with 1 foot behind. Yeah, well, it certainly restricts the batsman when the keeper's standing up, doesn't it?
Yes. Well, just another quick point where Australia have been miles better than England is that I can't remember a simple catch that's gone down. Cast hasn't a flirt at one off the bowling of Mitchell Stark, but it goes through to Carey behind. There's no run.
Yeah, I think there's kind of 2 levels. Like obviously, I'm not sure I can remember really, like you said, a simple chance. But also, they've taken a lot more of the kind of like, I guess like 50% or even less. I think obviously Will Jacks took that very good catch in Brisbane.
Yes.
I mean, I think Labuschagne's had 2 in this test. Steve Smith had 1. So they've taken a lot, and Carey as well. They've taken a lot of their like lower percentage chances as well.
Yeah, I think there's absolutely no doubt that their fielding has been really something. They just feel like they're really driven.
That comes into Cast, who plays this quite nicely, you have to say. And they'll come down for a single as it goes down to 3rd man. A back of the length delivery from Stark, well negotiated. 345 for 8.
Yeah, I think this will probably come into where I think I've seen a lot of stuff written about how Australia's fielding practice is a lot different to England, and I've seen obviously how that's been praised compared to how England practice their fielding in terms like I guess like the intensity they do it with and I guess the pressure they put themselves under when doing it. So I've even seen like
Yeah, there's a culture of competitiveness in Australian cricket that goes right through the grade levels as well, that I don't think is necessarily shared in English cricket.
Dark balls once more, and Archer practice the backward point. They'll come through for a single, 3, 4, 6 for 8. England require 89 to win.
Yeah, because I'd even seen, like, I think in the gap between the first and second test, like, England put a video on Twitter of, like, Ollie Pope taking some good catches in their fielding practice. But it was one of those where, like, they're just doing it like feeds to, like, someone holding the bat and just deflecting it, which obviously doesn't really replicate the match pressure. And obviously, that's one of those where they're always expecting the ball to come.
Carlson 35 will face up, start to come in once more. 2 singles off the over so far. 2 for 59 Stark's figures. This is well bowled, a nice slingy left armour from around the wicket. But well played by Bryden Castle. Very solid defence, a more solid defence than most of England's top order, you have to say.
Yeah, I've been quite impressed by Cast because after his first few deliveries, I was like, oh, he doesn't look particularly convincing here. But he's played quite nice actually since then. Played some nice shots, and yeah, he's looked pretty solid. I mean, obviously he's had a life now and a few kind of scary moments, but overall, for a number, number 9, he's looked quite solid.
Yeah, he's certainly a decent batter. I'm not quite sure what his first class average is, but he's very handy with the bat.
Yeah, he's got 200.
Coming to him once more, 346 for 8. This is on his hip and turned away. Carey will do the fielding and they'll come through for a single, 347 for 8.
His first class average is 28.33, so of Crawley-esque.
Yeah, that's helpful.
Yeah.
And his test average is 19.4, which isn't too shabby.
That's all right. Yeah, for number 9, that's not too bad. He's got that 150, hasn't he, against India, so...
Yes.
Can certainly give it the long handle. He's very, very strong. But it's Archer who's going to face the final delivery of Mitchell Stark's over. The 100th over will be up. And of course, England putting miles in the bowler's legs by showing some application at the crease.
Yes.
But too little, too late. Archer on 3 faces Stark's last delivery. This is short and ducked from Archer. There is no run. 347 for 8.
Beer Better Gummy Shark says, did I call it too early that England have it in the bag? Oops. Well, you can pretty much guarantee that Hope will put in a short appearance again. Gareth McKinnon says, shame on England, thought they had a great chance. Mayak says, in the end, it's all Jamie Smith's fault. Idiotic shot cost them the match. Yeah. You know,
I think that's pretty unfair to lump it all on Jamie Smith. He batted nicely.
Yeah, I do think it was a poor shot, but yeah, like you say, it's probably a bit unfair considering he did get 60. So
yeah, Platinum Azure wonders about the odds on the draw at the moment. You can get 300 to 1 on Betfair if you want to bet on the draw.
Yeah, I would think unless it. Yeah, that's pretty unlikely.
88 to win. Kerry comes up to the stumps as Boland comes in, and well, that's come off something. I don't know if there's anyone on the team. Jason, what did that come off it? It's something I couldn't quite see on my small screen.
Inside edge, I think.
Bottom edge to ground, I think.
Who was it? Okay, I thought it might have hit Kerry's gloves or something.
A word of caution for Mayank. He says, I'm putting a bet on Australia to win. Seems like free money now. That's what people thought in the Big Bash game the other night when the Perth Scorchers made 256 and there were $1 to win. $6 million was lost on that bet.
Wow.
Wow. Carl's faces up, works this one out to a point where a one-handed pickup and throw comes in, but they're not before England have managed to get through for a single, 3-4-8 for 8.
Yeah, that was a very impressive game, actually, that game. The Heat
game. Well,
yes
and no. It was a silly game. I mean,
well, yeah.
To hit 36 sixes in 40 overs is just nuts. After watching Test cricket all day, I thought, why the hell can I be bothered watching this rubbish? But, you know, different horses, different courses, I guess.
Yeah. Definitely.
Bonham running in to bowl up Jofra Archer. This is full edge, but down short. And there's no harm. Played it with soft hands. More immaculate line and length from Scott Boland, as we so often see, and his Kerry's keeping. I've been so impressed by. Well, it's actually it's come off the arm of Alex Carey, but not much he could do about it. Really, I'm not quite sure you can call it a drop. He had absolutely no time at all.
I think I'm just from watching Kerry's keeping, because I remember keeping to probably maybe like 75, standing a long way back, and I remember it feeling absolutely rapid. So I can't believe he stands up to mid 80s and he's just standing up to it. So yeah, one, I think that would be painful, and two, yeah, I'm not sure that's much chance he's going to catch that.
Yeah.
Archfish again, it's wonderful from Scott Boland on a similar full stump line. It was prodded at by Jofra Archer and he misses it, and that one does go safely into Alex Carey's glove. So 2 balls left in the over. 348 for 8 is the score.
Yeah, Boland's getting quite a nice bit of nip here, actually, but I guess that's one of those again with Archer where he's actually done okay with that. He's not pushed at it. He's kind of just held the bat there, and I suppose it's one of those where that's a decent play and miss, but another good take from Carey as well.
Alex Carey has now put his cap on and he's walked back a little bit. He'll be irritated that he dropped that, but not much as we think he could have really done about it. Archer works off his hip as Boland's appealing, so it must have been leg buys. They were thinking about coming back from the second, but will decide to only come back for one. England require 87 to win. Will Scott Boland review it?
They've only got one review left.
He was the only one really.
A bit high, I think.
Yeah, definitely too high.
He did walk a long way across the stumps, Jofra Archer. He ended up kind of standing on off stumps. You can absolutely see why he was interested.
Yeah, like you say, he came a long way across his stumps, but yeah, just way too high. It's going to hit him on the thigh pad almost, yeah.
And if Marnus Labuschagne isn't calling for the review, then you know there's nothing going for it.
Yes.
Yeah, it's going. The tracking shows it's about 8 inches above the stumps.
Boland in to run out the over. Gosh, has a poke at it, but plays and misses. Really good at testing over from Scott Boland, but ultimately there's no reward. England require 86 to win with 2 wickets to do so.
Simply Splendid says, I was about to call my dad to wake him up. I think I'll hold off on that for a while. Ali James says, second highest averaging batsman Jofra Archer. Come on, man, save us. Music Cat King says, another good catch by Labuschagne, stepped up in Sticky Smith's absence. The reason Stephen Smith's not playing is because he had vertigo at the start of the game. Shining Knight says, just look at this over. Boland has the batsman all confused. Yeah, he's pretty good.
Has there been any official news on Nathan Lyon?
Apparently he has done his hamstring, yes.
Okay. Yeah, it didn't look good.
With the roads they prepare for T20s, I don't know why they don't just play on hard wickets. Yeah, it's almost like that, isn't it?
Clark's going to come into World to Archer to start a new over. Stark's 17th over. He's taken 2 for 60 so far. Archer on 3. Leaves this one well alone. A good bit of carry through to Alex Carey. Been a fantastic pitch, hasn't it, William?
Yes, yeah, it's been very good. I think, like we say, it's been good for batting on, but when you've kind of got the ball in the right areas, there's been just enough. I think of some of the dismissals like Root and Brook. The ball's kind of just nibbled enough when you got it in the right areas. But so yeah, I think it has been. Yeah, it's been very good balance. I suppose ultimately you've seen people have been able to pick up wickets, but also what scores of well in excess of 300, 350.
2 slips in the gully. Radio have him waiting at Jofra Archer, Nick, or a Briding Castle, Nick. Both very capable of edging one behind. Archer goes for a splash. It's too close to him to cut, really, especially with the angle of Mitchell Stark bringing it in from around the wicket. And it goes through to Carey behind.
On the betting caution front, Music Cats King says, I remember years ago when someone bet $1 million on Collingwood to win at $1 for an easy $10,000 profit, and they lost by 1 point. They showed him at the ground on the screen, inconsolable, more money than sense. Yes. I don't have a lot of sympathy for people in those situations.
No.
2 dot balls from Stark so far on this over. Still, even in his 17th, he's bowling at 145 kilometres. Archer has a real slash at this. And has it gone all the way? Oh, he's out. all the way to deep point somehow. Jofra Archer has managed to work that all the way out there. He timed it really nicely, and it has been caught at the deep point boundary. That's rather unlucky. At least that's what Jofra Archer will argue. He is out. England 349 for 9 and very much on the brink.
Yeah, I think that's one of those.
Silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
When it's your series, I guess it's your series for Mitchell Stark, really. Kind of just banging that one in. Archer's timed it nicely, and it's just gone straight to Jake Weatherall out on the boundary. Slightly unlucky, but at this stage, it was always going to be a tough ask for England.
Yeah, I don't think you'd put a lot of money on Josh Tongue staying there while they make another, 86 or something, is it?
No, they may as well have a slash and see where they get to. Anything on messages, Messi, while we're...
Yes, we've got a super chat from JD Perry 4. Thank you very much. He sends us 2,000 Japanese yen. He says, "Hi, Gorillas. Many thanks as ever for the tireless commentary work. Any advice on going to the Melbourne test? Hugely looking forward to a couple of days there next week, even if there won't be anything to play for by then. I hope you've got a ticket because it's technically a sellout, so you may have to scramble to find a ticket for Boxing Day. Although, given the fact that the series looks like it's going to be over as a live issue by then, you may find it easier to come by."
Josh Tongue will face Mitchell Stark, who's now taken 3 for 60. Nice looking figures once again. England 9 down. Australia 1 away. Well, he's played this one quite nicely, Tongue, actually. Turned this one into the leg side. And they get through for a single. So how does Bryden Carles play this, Will?
I think he's just got to go for it now. I think, like we said, Josh Tongue's not the greatest batter. I think, obviously, I think it's well beyond England now, but I think the only kind of way that Carles can go is just attack and see how many he can get.
Yeah, I'd have to absolutely agree. No point hanging around, go down.
No,
go down.
yeah.
You have been really impressed, almost depressingly impressed with the way England have gone about this, because it shows what they should have done in Perth and Brisbane. That was the blueprint.
It does almost feel like if the Ashes if this was the first test, I do think there'd be quite a bit of optimism losing in this way if it was, but unfortunately it's not. We've lost the first 2 and now we're going to lose the third. So
there would. Well, Stark came into Carles on that one and he had a big drive at it but missed it. There's no run, and I think that's why some people wouldn't have been able to understand the incandescent nature of the reaction around the Perth defeat. But the reality is, everyone with half a brain knew that as soon as England lost in Perth, they were effectively 2-0 down because they were never going to win in Brisbane.
Yeah.
And that was the main issue, and it was the manner of the defeat. It was appalling. Bryden Carles faces up again. He drives, and he will get a single. I'm surprised Australia didn't bring the field in there. That's a distinct lack of thinking, you'd have to think. Bryden Carles will keep the strike for the next over. Well, that was an odd one. Messi, that's Pat Cummins just completely switched off there.
Yeah, absolutely. We have another super chat from Rob Miller, who sends us $5. Says, "Thanks, gentlemen. Looks like a reasonably early night for those of us in the USA. Indeed, it does. My other advice for JD Perry going to Melbourne: take a good appetite with you, because Melbourne is a great place for restaurants. Decent price, good food. A poor restaurant will not survive in Melbourne. It's just a great city. I love Melbourne. It's the only... I'm sorry, Sydney-siders and others, but Melbourne's the only real city in Australia, I think. It's comfortable in itself. And Kirak Oz says to him, "There are a lot of pubs nearby, either in Collingwood or other places nearby. I went to the Boxing Day test last year for my first time and loved it. Yeah, I'm really quite jealous."
Bryden Carles will face up to Scott Boland, who bowls, carries back up to the stumps one more. Carles defends up the pitch back to him. There's no run.
I guess only with that last one, I do agree with you that Cummins probably has switched off slightly there, but I guess at the moment Australia will probably back themselves to get either of these 2 batters out, so I guess it's not at that stage of maybe like 20 to win when you're like, that's a really poor decision.
No, but the precedent is still the same.
Yeah, agreed.
If you ask Scott Boland, would you rather bowl at tongue or cast? It's tongue every single day of the week. England 351 behind those almost plate-like discs of the bowler's feet are really emerging properly. I love that about Australian pitches. Boland bowls this, gets on the rise, and Bryden Cast negotiates it well. I absolutely love that about Australian pitches when you get that aerial view, big black circles.
Yes.
As to where the feet are. Interestingly enough, I was listening to something. Messi saying the Australian bowlers all wish that instead of the footholes being whacked down by that big thing, they all wish they were filled in like they get in England.
Yeah, you wonder about that because they can't be too firm when they're filled in, can they?
Cast faces once more. This is nicely played, really nicely played. He's clipped it into the leg side. They'll get a single if they want it. And they do, yeah. You'd think they'd be silly to turn down runs, really, England.
Yeah.
We're not close enough to the total to be in that position.
Yeah.
It was actually a bit aerial from Cast, but safe enough.
Now, before we finish, I need to ask one of you gentlemen if one of you would be prepared to do the roundup with me after this.
I can do it, but if you want to do it, Billy, that's fine with me as well.
Is there any chance you might be able to do it? Because I've got to get up at... Hang on. Tongue faces up. He has a little flirt with one. And it passes the bat outside off stump on Hunt. I would usually be very much up for it, but I've got to get up at 7 a.m. And I've had a total of 12 hours sleep in 4 days, so I could quite do a little bit of
that's
sleep.
fine.
Okay, thanks,
Thank
William.
you.
I'll message you.
Yeah, sure.
Well, we'll see. It's almost in a holding pattern. Everyone waiting. The inevitable last wicket to fall. Josh Tongue on strike. 2 balls left in this. Boland over, who's gone wicketless so far. Doesn't mean he's necessarily Bob Badley. There's an edge. That's it. Australia have won. They've won the Ashes. No foot movement from Josh Tongue. He drives at one on the up. A real feature of England's demise in this series. And it's been caught at second slip. Australia win this third test match by 82 runs. And they're all dancing and hugging in the middle of the pitch. Scott Boland has his wicket. England all out for 352. They fall 82 runs short and retain the urn, Messi.
Indeed. At the beginning of the day, you would have said that was predictable, but I've got to say, it was great to see the fight that came from England. I've loved the way they've played cricket for the last 2 days, and I hope to see a lot more of it in the rest of the series. We do have another super chat from Jehan Ariratnam, who sent us $5. Says, problems for Australia going into Melbourne. Only 3 guys got runs. 6 for 38 collapsed yesterday, struggling to bowl the tail out in both innings and Lyon out. Well, I think it's a great opportunity for Australia to consider blooding some more young people into their team, actually.
Oh, same for England.
Yeah, I'd like to see Rocco Celli give him a chance, to be honest. He's been bowling his pants off. And Mikey J787 sends us $2 as well. That's the Australia we know. Bye-bye, Charlie, he says. Thanks, Mikey. Thank you all for your super chats. It sustains us, to be honest, both financially and spiritually, to have it. Kiriakos says, I agree, Jez. As a Sydney sider, we have the natural beauty of the city, but they have a better city in every other facet. That's a very generous statement from a Sydney sider. Thanks for the coverage, guys. You've been excellent, especially this commentary team. Thanks, Kiriakos. That's very sweet of you. You guys who chat to us on YouTube, I don't think you realize how important it is for us to have that interaction to make it feel like we are part of something bigger than just ourselves. And it's lovely. We've had 600 people watching us this evening, and it's been fascinating watch. This for all that it may be 3-0, it's still Test cricket, and it's been fascinating throughout.
Absolutely, very well said, Messi. And yes, we're all happy that England finally put up some fight when they had played 2 warm-up games and were ready for the series. And that is the big takeaway. Jason, as you're there, would you like to pop in with any thoughts you've got?
Just that it was the blueprint that they should have started the first test with, in terms of the tempo in which they played and the manner in which they attacked the balls that were meant to be attacked and defended the balls that were meant to be left alone. The tempo was right in this second innings, and that's possibly the first time it's been right in the whole series. You can't really say much about the bowling. The bowling has been perhaps a bit too profligate throughout certainly for the first 2 tests. There are periods where they've not been on top and they've just had no idea about how to take a wicket. Certainly against Head and possibly against Carey, who's been kind of head and shoulders above the other Australian batsmen.
Yeah. Spot on. Go on, Messi.
Well, I was watching the team shaking hand and seeing Nathan Lyon on a crutch, which is a bit sad for him, but a little different from the last time he was on crutches, given that we've got a result now. And in a way, I think Australia need a chance to blood another spinner, so it may prove to be fortuitous. Because even if Lyon does go to the Ashes in the year after next, we still need to be in a position of blooding someone new.
On a wider point,
an opportunity.
On a wider point, do you think the fact that Australia have now won the series, do you think that could signal a couple of retirements? Khawaja, for example, it looks like his.
I think Khawaja would like to go into Sydney, and I think the other thing is don't underestimate the desire of this Australian team to make it 5-0.
Oh no, absolutely not.
I think they're determined to put a few journalists out of their stride and say, look, we're better than you were saying we were, and they'll still be going really, really hard. I wouldn't be surprised to see Stark rested in Melbourne though. It's because it's not long between now and then, or between then and the Sydney Test match, and I think it would make sense to give him a break, let Nisa have another game. Or alternatively, Cummins may be given a rest, given as he only just come back. Or maybe both of them. You just never know. Another super chat from Rock Noir 4233. Thank you very much. She sent us $2. Says, great commentary, lads, and some good laughs too. Yeah, indeed, some good laughs. It's been a lot of fun being with you, especially these young fellas.
Well, we love being with you, Messi. No, it's been good fun.
Yeah. I think just on that, I think I would be surprised if Khawaja doesn't retire. I think at the end of the series,
yes.
I think Lyons expressed obviously his injury we'll see with, but he's expressed obviously that he wants to carry on. I think Stark as well. So it may be just him, but I think he's the one I would be very surprised if he doesn't retire.
I'd be surprised to see Stark retiring. He's bowling it. The best he's ever bowled. Yeah. He's amazingly fit. He's preserved his body for Test cricket. IPL comes second to him. I think he'd love to be back in England the year after next. So it will be really interesting to see.
Yeah. And you have to remember that it's a shorter turnaround to England. It's only ever a year and a half.
That's right. Yeah.
So it's not quite as rigorous.
Okay. Well, let's wrap it up. And as I say, William and I will be recording the Gorilla Roundup, which will be up for you in about 90 minutes or so if all the technical stuff goes okay. We've loved having you all with us. Thank you so much for your support, for your laughs, for your brickbats every now and then if we deserve them, and just being part of what's really been a labour of love for us. So we'll see you in Melbourne on Boxing Day. And I should mention the GPL, I think, is somewhere in the order of £154 on Boxing Day. So that'd be a nice thing to win to make up for the cost of Christmas. We'll see you then.
Yes. See you then. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Bye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa.
At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So